What happens when one man tries to watch all of the horror films of the 1980s? Well, we're about to find out because I'm your host, Josh Spiegel, and this is the 80s Project 1983. Well, here we are. We made it to 1983 on the project, and this year is a little shorter than most that we've done so far, since this arc will only run for 8 episodes. Although there's more episodes that'll feature in the sci-fi project, so I guess it's a trade-off. But there's some really solid films in '83. But shockingly, this is the first year on the project without a Friday the 13th entry. So go figure. This year begins strong as we look at February 4th for a movie that debuted on the same date in the US and Canada, and it's Videodrome. We meet Max Wren, and he's the head of a UHF channel, and I hear that they've got it all there. Like, they've got it all on UHF. Max is Jack Crow, and he's on the hunt for new programming and wants things that push the sexual envelope. They have this massive satellite dish that they're not supposed to have, and they pick up a signal from Malaysia of a show that seems to show a woman being tortured, and then goes on a TV show with Blondie and a mysterious man who only appears as a talking head on a TV named Brian Oblivion. And when I say that, I mean the guy's name is Brian, not the TV. Turns out that the show isn't coming from Malaysia and instead is being broadcast from Pittsburgh. And Max is now obsessed with it and starts dating Nikki, who is also drawn in to its allure. I guess that his channel showed Up from the Depths, and I'm so mad that that came out in 1979 and I couldn't have it on the project and have an excuse to rewatch that. But I guess that I can just do that anyway because that's a movie worth rewatching. And Max is told that it's actually Mr. Oblivion that's responsible for Videodrome, and he tries to track him down and ends up meeting his daughter, Bianca. Soon, Max is having hallucinations and violent visions, and soon discovers that Videodrome causes a person to get a brain tumor, and that tumor causes hallucinations in the viewer. And that's not the only surprise that Max is about to get, as he falls into a battle of wits between higher forces that he's not yet aware of. And this is the next adventure from David Cronenberg, and it's his second appearance on the project after 1981's Scanners. And by this point, he had enough of a brand name that he was able to get the funding pretty easily. And believe it or not, he turned down directing Return of the Jedi in this period since he was more interested in creating original content as opposed to doing sequels to other people's works, and instead made Videodrome. And holy crap, can you imagine a world in which that happened? If you thought the Sarlacc pit already looked like a vagina, well, let me tell you, bucko. The first cut of the film was a lean 75 minutes, and they were mainly looking at pacing, but when they did a test screening, audiences were scratching their heads in confusion and led to a huge disaster. Because of that, they went back in and put some more exposition scenes to make the story more comprehensible. But then, the MPAA asked them to cut things out to get an R rating, and then the studio cut even more. There's a moment early on with a wooden dong that the ratings board didn't ask to be cut, but the head of Universal told them to get rid of it anyway, which Cronenberg was pretty pissed about. The budget was around $5 million, and they did give it a fairly wide release, another decision the director was confused by and said he ultimately didn't know how they'd sell it since it wasn't a commercial film, but it also wasn't exactly an art film. But it didn't do well at all, only earning $2 million back. It did get strong reviews though, and soon earned massive cult fame. And I love this. I think it's Cronenberg's best work, and it's a 4.5 out of 5 from me. This film is interesting, confusing, and has a strong message that still holds strong today. Fantastic stuff from a fantastic filmmaker. Its horror cultural significance is just a 3.5 though, since it's well known and by one of the horror legends, but it never took on mainstream fame and didn't impact the genre at the time. Should you watch it? Yes. Embrace the new flesh.
Get the Videodrome! Long live the new flesh!
We're switching gears now, and here in every single possible way for a film that has no known set release date and is only known to have come out sometime in 1983, and it's Sledgehammer. It starts with a remote house and a little boy being locked in the closet by his angry mother so that she can bone a dude that looks like Balky and I think is wearing a dress, maybe a robe. But before they can do their thing, an unseen killer attacks them both with a sledgehammer and murders them. We then jump 10 years, and this big group of young folk are arriving at this house for a party, and they're tossing out all the luggage, and I guess, oops, they throw one of their friends. Oh, we're then treated to a nice slow motion scene of one of the guys and his lady friend taking a romantic walk set to music, and it goes on, unbroken, for no lie, over 2 minutes. And oh, is it so romantic when he puts his beer on her head? And then prepare yourself for an extended scene of everyone hanging out, leading to Chuck dumping mustard on his lady friend's head. Like, this guy loves putting things on her head. And then a big food fight. And I should point out that this is a full 25 minutes into this freaking movie. They decide to hold a seance, and Chuck tells a story of the murder from 10 years prior, and yep, the movie shows us almost the entire intro again. Because, you know, in case we forgot it from like a half hour ago. He says that they never caught the killer, and the little boy vanished, and they call on the spirits of the house, and in the middle of a prank, an actual killer shows up to knife Joey and drag him away by the neck. Pretty soon, the killer in a clear mask is attacking everyone with his sledgehammer, but only in the slowest of slow motion. And oh man, look at this guy. And clearly, this is shot on video. And this film is one of the first shot on video feature films. Boarding House, which I just covered, was the first, but it had a theatrical run, which makes this the very first SOV direct-to-video feature film. And it was by David A. Pryor and filmed entirely at his house and featuring his brother Ted in the lead role of Chuck. Both brothers would go on to a pretty long run in the low-budget film industry, although David is no longer with us. Because of its status of being one of the first films released this way, it went on to a pretty sizable cult following, even if it never really broke into the mainstream. It's absolutely earned its fans. And I'm one of them. I give this sucker a 3.5. It does every single thing wrong, but still stays entertaining as hell, even if you're just laughing in disbelief at what you are seeing. Its significance is a 2.5 since it's still pretty obscure and not a ton of people have seen it, but it did lead the way for a veritable onslaught of camcorder shot films. Should you watch it? It depends. Do you love backyard horror or movies that are so bad they're great? Do it. Anyone else? Should probably not.
A mask? Then how do you kiss him, girl? He doesn't wear it on his face.
Here's another one that's just known to have come out in 1983 and doesn't have a set release date, and oh boy, get ready for it, because it's A Night to Dismember. It's got the Kent family, and they're haunted by a string of killings that all seem to happen on October 15th, with Susan Kent killing her sister in the bath, and then also dying by falling on the axe. And Broderick, who hired someone to kill his wife, and then confesses and kills himself. There's also Vicky Kent, who kills 2 random kids and is sent off to a sanitarium. Several years later, she's released, but she's clearly still not well. And I should point out that all of this is done silently with a voiceover explaining it all to us.
Was it her imagination? She'd better not tell her parents. They would think she was still sick.
And Vicky goes back to live with her parents. She hears a voice call her name, and in case you weren't sure if she heard it call her name before walking into the next room,
Vicky heard her name called. Slowly, she walked into the next room.
Like, literally, guy, I can see what's going on. You don't need to tell me that hands grabbed her when I can very clearly see the hands grabbing her. I didn't think that this was something else happening.
Hands touched her, grabbed her.
She tries to go back to a regular life, and her ex now has a new girlfriend, and they're both killed. With I think that this is supposed to be the girl's head. I think. More people around her are killed, including someone's heart straight up torn out of their chest, and the most hilarious head getting run over sound effect of all time, which literally sounds like someone making the noise with their mouth. Vicky continues to hallucinate, including zombies, and again, all handled through voiceover, and any dialogue from any character is just crudely dubbed in. So, what the hell is this? Well, it's the only horror film from Doris Wishman, and she's a legend. I mean, in the late 60s and early 70s, she pioneered sexploitation films with a bunch of films about nudists, and even shot hardcore films in the 1970s, but also made 1977's Let Me Die a Woman, one of the very first films about transsexualism. And as slasher films boomed, Doris decided to try out a horror film herself and brought in popular adult film star Samantha Fox to star as Vicky Kent. But during filming, several reels of film were destroyed in a fire at the processing lab, leaving her with only about 60% of it left and a bunch of outtakes. So, she spent 8 months trying to write a script based around what footage she had, and then used some stuff from other projects to fill the time, a process that took 4 years. So if you're watching this and wondering why it looks more 70s than 80s, it's because it was shot in 1979, taking until 83 to piece it together. But that's not all. Even though it's said to have had a run sometime in 83, it didn't get a legitimate release until 1989. But then, get this, in 2018, someone claimed to have a print of the original cut of the film, the one said to be destroyed. This version features Vicky's sister Mary in the lead role, and Samantha Fox isn't present, as her footage was shot and reused in order to salvage the footage thought to be remaining. And how do you even rate this one? It's so weird, disjointed, and all over the place, and yet somehow strangely entertaining. So I give it a 3. I guess, like Sledgehammer, this one just appeals to my sense of enjoying things that are so wrong that they end up feeling right. Its significance is just a 1, since it's hardly ever talked about and not very impactful to the horror world. Should you watch it as a curiosity? Probably. As a movie? Likely not.
Mary. Mary. Someone was calling her.
Let's keep going with these films that don't have a clear release date and check out another one that is said to have been released just sometime in 83, and it's The Last Night. This one has a news report about some escaped killers, and then it's Helen's 25th birthday, and a theater group is planning a surprise for her. They're doing a play called Murder in the Dark, and it's the last night, and the criminals arrive and enter the theater, causing chaos right away. They make their presence known and take the crew hostage and actually force them to continue on with the show, with the threat that they'll kill anyone whose performance that they don't like. They start to make good on their promise, starting their games in view of the onstage players, while the audience has no clue that what they're watching unfold is reality. And this one is pretty short, at just under an hour, and it was by Michael J. Murphy, a man we covered previously with another short feature called Invitation to Hell. This one was actually intended as a second part of a double feature with that one, and it looks like that's how it ran in theaters and was eventually released to the home market. The budget was very, very low and is said to be a mere £650, and with the current exchange and inflation, this is still a film made for under $10,000. It's all shot on 16mm, a smaller format of film, which tends to look grainier, but also gives things a more atmospheric look to it. And this brings back most of the cast members from Invitation to Hell. It's hard to know how well it did, but Murphy was mostly only known in cult circles in his home country and never really broke out over here. And I dig this one too, but not for the same reasons as the others here, and I also give this one a 3. This does have a low budget charm to it, and I love the concept, even if it's not perfectly executed, but it is still pretty solid. Its HCS is just a 1, since no one's heard of this, and there's no known faces at all. Should you watch it? Yeah, if you can find this one, give it a try.
Go on, Gary.
Okay, this is the final one for this episode that doesn't have a set release date, but it's known to have arrived at some point in '83 and in its home country of Austria, and also played in the US sometime in the year, and it's Angst. This has a man in prison for killing his mother being released after 10 years, but he's planning to kill again as soon as he gets out. He's freed and starts looking for victims right away, eyeing up a couple of young girls, and his first attempt to attack a driver fails, sending him out on the run. He takes refuge in a house out by the woods, but someone is living there. A wheelchair-bound man who thinks the killer is his dad, whose family soon comes home. He attacks them and then essentially tortures them while ramping things up, becoming more and more unhinged as he goes. And this is a rather notorious film by director Gerald Kargl, and this was the only feature film that he did. Before this, he did some shorts and created an Austrian film magazine called Filmschrift, and after this film went to work in the commercial world and did some documentaries, but never returned to feature films. This was actually based on a real guy, although loosely so. There was an actual murderer named Werner Knisak, and even though it's said to be loosely based, if you look up the facts of his case, it's remarkably close to what you're seeing on the screen, which is super disturbing. It was very controversial at the time due to its depiction of brutal and extreme violence, and would end up getting banned in a handful of European countries, which limited its earnings. The negative attention that it received and the cost ended up becoming the reason that Kargl would never make another film. Even with the bad press, it got great reviews, and the performances and technical aspect of the film were highly praised, and it would continue to be appreciated as it aged, although still being seen as one of the most unsettling films of all time. And whoa, this is a 3.5. This is intense. I wish that there was a touch more going on story-wise, but it's all about that tension and mood. It's crazy. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's an obscure foreign film that's not talked about much except when it comes to discussing disturbing pictures. Should you watch it? Yes, but be warned that it's not pretty. Let's now jump back into ones that had a little more concrete dates, and this next one definitely came out in the UK in February, although the day isn't known, but it did land in the US on March 18th, and it's Bloodbeat! There's a hunter, and his lady friend is upset at his latest kill, and he wants to marry her, but she's not crazy about the idea. She had a couple kids from a previous marriage, and her son brings along his new girlfriend, and there's immediate tension there. They're visiting for Christmas, and Sarah's nervous because she says that she feels like Kathy knows what she's thinking and is always watching her. They go hunting to find a man who has been disemboweled, and later that night, Sarah finds a trunk, and inside is the armor of a samurai and a sword. But then it vanishes, and Ted tells her that there was never a trunk there to begin with. Then Ted's uncle is killed by a mysterious man, and then later their next-door neighbors are killed by that samurai suit, while Sarah appears to be dying a little death of her own. It becomes very clear that there's something supernatural going on as the entire house starts to shake, and the armored attacker glows blue, and all hell breaks loose, with only Kathy's psychic power standing in the way. But what's going on here? Is it a ghost? A slasher? Both? Well, the man to ask would be Fabrice Angers-Ferratos, and he's a bit of an enigma, because it was the only film he directed, and it was shot for an incredibly low budget. So low that everyone in the film was not an actor, and for almost every one of them, this would be the only work that they would do. The director claimed to be on a massive amount of drugs during the entire process, and the script didn't make much sense, so he let the actors improvise as much as they'd like. I assume that the film's director of photography was also on those drugs, because he seemed to think that the film was being shot for television and shot it in full screen as opposed to a widescreen format. Zafaratos didn't find this out until about halfway through shooting, and by that point there wasn't enough money or time to go back and reshoot. And this is a 3 for me. It's really weird and fun, and I love that. But it's also a bit scattered and nonsensical, and I wish it were a bit jauntier, but it is a good time. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's still pretty unknown, but it's starting to get a bigger cult following now, so it gets the extra 0.5, and in time it might grow to a 2. Should you watch it? Of course, march to this beat. I'm absurdly happy to talk about this next one, and it could have been in the 82 episode since it did have a screening on December 22nd, but it had its big premiere on February 18th, and it's hysterical. I mean, that's the name of the movie, possibly not the content, although, I think it is. It starts in the past as a lighthouse captain named Captain Howdy, played by Jaws himself, Richard Kiel, and his wife is returning, and he's been sleeping with Venetia, Catwoman Julie Newmar, and she kills them both. Fast forward around 100 years, and we meet famous writer Frederick Lansing, played by Bill Hudson. He's fed up with life in the big city and moves to Oregon and runs into Exodore, who tells him that he's doomed. And he's sort of a take on Crazy Ralph, but he's literally named Ralph.
Oh, you're still doomed! Oh, no!
Frederick meets Kate, who's supposed to show him a property, and she's Ferris Bueller's mom, and they hit it off right away. Entering the lighthouse awakens Venetia's ghost, and she revives Howdy, who breaks through Dan Fielding's boat. And one of the Dirty Dozen is here, and I guess he thinks sharks are involved. And you know what that means.
I'm not closing the beaches.
Oh, Murray, you never do. The voice of Edgar the computer is here, and there's a deep cut reference for you. And he recommends that they call in Dr. Phil Batten and his assistants Fritz. And they're Mark and Brett Hudson. And yep, there are 3 people here with the last name Hudson. And we'll get to that in a bit.
Killing of Dracula, Transylvania, here we go.
They encounter Dracula, and it's Charlie Callis. And here's a fun fact. Charlie played the very first ever live-action Sinestro, enemy of the Green Lantern, and is one of only 2 versions of him, the other one played by Mark Strong. And then my favorite joke to tell.
Looks like rain.
I say that all the time when it's a torrential downpour. No one ever laughs. So Howdy's corpse comes to life, and it kills people, and they come back as zombies with big bushy eyebrows, turtleneck sweaters, and they only say,
"What difference does it make?"
Frederick gets possessed, the zombie numbers start to increase, Franklin Ajayi pops in, they riff on The Shining, and of course, The Exorcist.
Fritz, your zipper's down.
Don't listen to him, Fritz. I won't.
Fritz, your pants are down.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm not gonna fall for it this time. Don't worry, Paul. I won't listen to him. Pull your pants up, Fritz. Huh?
Before all hell breaks loose. And this goofy thing is directed by Chris Beard, and is the only thing he directed, although he did a huge amount of TV writing. But he didn't write this, as that was handled by the Hudson brothers, a set of 3 guys who all star in this as well, and they were actually musicians that were mildly popular in the late 60s and early 70s, and even had their own TV show that ran for a couple of seasons. This was their attempt at switching to film work after they stopped with music, although their careers never really took off outside of some random appearances here and there. The budget was $6 million, and it doesn't appear to have done that well at the box office, but it did play on cable like all the time back in the day, where I watched it about 7,000 times. Although when it used to air, this sequence, a zombie dance sequence that predated Thriller, was not featured and only shows up on the DVD release. And yeah, I love this piece of crap. It's a 4 from me, but keep in mind, I know that this is not good, but I used to enjoy it when I was younger, and I still enjoy it now, and it still makes me laugh. Call it nostalgia, but I'm giving it a 4. Its significance is just a 2 though, since it's not something that had much impact at all, but was a regular player on cable and had enough notable faces in it. Should you watch it? I'd say yes, but it really depends on your sense of humor. You might think it's dumb, but I think it's hilarious.
Hit it! Well, you can rock and you can roll, you can really do show at the hop bum bum bum. You can rock and you can roll, you can really do show at the hop bum bum bum. Well, you can do the jelly, and you can do the twist. Yeah. And you can even do the huckleback, ma 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 ma. You can do the huckleback, ma ma ma. You can do the huckleback, ma 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 ma.
This next one is another that had an unclear release date in America, although it is said to have shown up in '83, but did screen at cons back in '82 and made it onto German home video in March of '83, and it's Julie Darling. It has Julie here, and her dad is Anthony Franciosa, who we just saw in Tenebrae, and she doesn't like her mother and antagonizes her with a pet snake. They want to send her off to boarding school, but she doesn't want to go, and Irene gets rid of the hisser without Julie knowing. But then, when the grocery guy tries to attack Irene and Julie has a chance to save her, she doesn't, and an unfortunate head smack leaves her dead. After some time passes, Harold meets a new woman, and they have a whirlwind romance and decide to get married. And you'd move fast too if you'd seen that clip from The Howling too. Well, she has a kid of her own, and things ramp up when Julie locks him in that most dreaded of 80s danger, more frightening than quicksand or tarantulas, the empty fridge. But when Susan suspects something is up, a game is afoot. Things get weird when they think that they've caught her mother's killer and put him in a lineup, and Julie eyes him up and looks straight at his boner zone. And even weirder, Burger King has a veal parmesan sandwich? A veal parmesan sandwich from Burger King. I looked it up and it only lasted on their menu for around 2 years or so. And oh yeah, Julie tries to hire the creepster to kill Susan, and this one comes from Paul Nicholas, and his biggest claim to fame is doing the Linda Blair flick, Chained Heat. And this was actually his first gig as a director. It featured a pretty low budget and some extra sleazy sensibilities to it, and was considered a sort of a take on the film The Bad Seed. It didn't get a lot of play and sort of fell into obscurity, and one person who had a distaste for it was Isabel Mahias, Julie herself, and on a DVD release really lets you know it. And I think this is decent. I'm going with a 3. It does feel a little familiar, but it's also a little grimier and darker take on the whole bad kid genre of film. The significance is just a 1 though, since it's practically lost to time and never spoken of, and outside of Danning, doesn't have a ton of horror names. Should you watch it? Probably. Julie might get mad if you don't. Here's another fairly obscure one that is said to have had a limited release at some point in March, and it's Dogs of Hell. There's a military meeting discussing the transport of a group of military-bred Rottweilers, although the guy who headed up the project wants them to cancel it because it's just too dangerous, and they deny him. And then there's this guy playing darts, and these shots should let you know that this film was originally released in 3D, and in fact the original title was Rottweiler 3D, so expect a whole lot of camera poking. There's this little small town with a bunch of locals near a military base, but then that big truck full of those dogs rolls through, and of course crashes and explodes. Sure enough, a group that are camping nearby are attacked in one of the most weirdly edited scenes I've watched recently, and kill everyone in sight. But first, some mud wrestling. And you know, that's another thing that was in so many 80s movies and doesn't seem to exist anymore. Like, is there anywhere that still is like, hey, we have mud wrestling? Or is it like a lost art or sport? Whatever. The authorities are soon tipped off that something is out there killing folk, but they try to keep it quiet. But before long, the puppers are running wild on folk, and the secret becomes a little too hard to hide. And the director here is Worth Keeter, and that's a name right there. And he did a couple other horror or sci-fi related flicks, although not much that's well known, but then got heavy into TV. and very heavy into the world of Power Rangers, directing episodes for practically every wave of them, and then also Masked Rider and VR Troopers. The producer was a guy named Earl Owensby, and he was really into trying to push 3D and oversaw 6 of them through the 80s, most of them sci-fi, but he'd have Keeter direct most of them, and they'd work together on a number of other things as well. This was done on a pretty low budget and filmed over 2 months, a relatively short shooting period for a 3D picture, which are somewhat more complex to do. And I think that this is a snoozer, so I'm going to go with a 2. There's not much going on here, but there's at least some fun moments happening in the finale. Its significance is also just a 1, since this is another that's not known at all and has no one in it. Should you watch it? You can let these sleeping dogs lie.
I don't know. There's something about frozen pizza that just doesn't appeal to my ethnic sensibility.
Let's end this block on another one that has a known date. And we're already going into March, and on the 4th, we're looking at Curtains. We're introduced to a famous actress, the Brood Mother, and she's working with a new director. And she better not be trying to make a dummy out of him. And in the middle of the meeting, tries to kill him and is institutionalized. But she's doing it for research for the film? And like, lady, to quote Laurence Olivier's advice to Dustin Hoffman, have you tried acting? Being there starts to take a toll on her, but we then meet a group of women who are going to audition for Stryker, and it's one of Billy's victims. And one of the Avengers is here, and they're auditioning for Samantha's role, which she's not quite happy about and escapes the asylum to get revenge. There's also Laurie in here, and she has this doll, and how is this entire movie not about this horrifying thing? It shows up in the road, but that's just a dream, and she's killed right after by this person in an old woman mask who steals the doll. There's also Leslie Donaldson, who has been low-key all over the 80s project so far, and this marks her 4th appearance on it. Samantha is there as well, and things get really tense, but also weird.
You know I like you.
Well,
Come on, just once. Come on. No, I don't.
But before long, that doll is showing up again, as is Masked Woman, and she starts to whittle down the competition. But who is it? Is it Samantha embracing her insanity? Or are there other motives at work here? And this one was the directorial debut of Richard Shipka, and he's mostly known as a cinematographer, but did some other directing as well, although not much horror in his other jobs. The idea behind it was to do a spin on the standard slasher formula, but feature more adult characters, as opposed to the non-stop teens in peril that were in vogue at the time. But then the problems arose. It seems Shipka and the producer Peter Simpson clashed in terms of how the film should be handled. Simpson wanted something traditional and easy to sell, but the director wanted to go more art house and pay tribute to the giallos. Their fights led most of the cast to think that the film would go unfinished, and it sort of did, since Shipka left the film after only about half of it was shot. The footage was then put on a shelf where it sat for a year, in which they did rewrites, reshoots, and a recasting, but Simpson himself would come in to direct the remaining parts. Because of all that, certain things like Michael Wincott's character, who originally had a larger role, was dramatically cut down. Also, after Shipka asked to have his name removed, Simpson used the pseudonym of Jonathan Stryker, the fictional director from within the film. Budgeted at around $3.5 million, it was a dud and only earned around $1 million back, but has then developed a nice sized cult following and a new appreciation. And I like this quite a bit. I give it a 3.5, and it's a solid film, but you can tell that there were rewrites because it gets pretty disjointed near the ending. But it's super moody and a cool watch. Its significance is just a 2.5 though, since it has a bit of cult notoriety and had some cable fame, but never really made that much of an impact. Should you watch it? Yes, you should. Open these curtains.
what did you find out?
That an actress must always be in control.
We're starting this block off on March 4th, still pretty early on in the year, and let's check out a little number called Olivia. It begins with someone peeping in on a couple in bed, and it's a little girl requesting a bedtime story, and her mommy is a working girl. And one night she has a rough customer that kills her while she watches. He disposes of her body, and little Olivia shuts down and can't tell the police anything. 15 years pass, and she's now grown up and played by Susanna Love, who we've already seen in 1980 with The Boogeyman and in 1982 with Brainwaves. And she's doing a British accent here, and it's, not great.
I'm getting tired of being in the house all day.
And she's haunted by the guilt from her mother's voice. One night, she dolls up and heads onto the street and picks up a man and reenacts the circumstances of her mother's death, but instead kills the John. There's also an American engineer here, and he's helping them do a restoration on the London Bridge, and he becomes infatuated with Olivia and stalks her with a camera. They start a pretty steamy relationship, much to the chagrin of Olivia's boyfriend, but he soon takes a trip over the bridge as Olivia takes off. We have another 4-year time jump, and we're back in the US, and the parts of the London Bridge are now in Arizona. And Michael is here too, as is Jenny, who looks a lot like Olivia but doesn't have that accent. But she seems to not recognize him. But is this his lost love? What's the deal with Olivia? And the presence of Susanna Love should tip you off that, like the other 2 entries she's had here, this one is directed by Uli Lommel, her husband at the time. He had already earned himself a reputation as being a low-budget schlock master, and usually had Love as the lead in his films. They actually cooked up this film while trying to develop a sequel to The Boogeyman, and ended up at that actual bridge in Arizona that's made up of the parts of the London Bridge, and thought that it was an interesting enough of a thing to wrap a script around. It was done in a super low budget and actually ran out of money partway through filming, so a large number of scenes had to be shot later, after production had formally wrapped, as more money would come in. It wasn't very successful at the time, and was released under multiple titles, and was filmed under the name Faces of Fear, and in the UK was released as Prosy, slang for prostitute. It was also called Double Jeopardy over there, and was put out as Mad Night in France, Double Menace in Canada, and some releases in the US called it A Taste of Sin. And under any title, it's pretty decent. I'll give it a 3. It's actually more serious and more well done than most of Lommel's stuff. I think Boogeyman is more entertaining, but this feels more polished, even if the story is kind of incoherent and just jumps from place to place. Its significance is just a 1, since it's very obscure, even in terms of Lommel's filmography, and didn't make any sort of impact at the time. Should you watch it? I'd say yes. It's not a great film, but it's got some good stuff going on that make it worth your time.
What's your name?
Eric?
Well, Eric, how would you like it?
This next one debuted on the small screen and first aired on March 6th, and it's a pretty unheard of one called The Demon Murder Case. It has a warning screen at the intro to tell us that we're gonna see scenes of demonic possession, but we should feel okay because they're not real, and I'm frightened that they need to actually say that. Clark is here, so watch out for the dogs, and he's talking about demons taking someone over. And then there's journalist Frau Blucher, and they're covering the trial of a hollow man. I'm not sure why this case is complicated because Matlock is on hand, and everyone is talking about how this case is going to change everything. It involves demons and murder. It then flashes back a year and we see a younger Kenny and a young boy saying that he's seen some evil stuff. His family's not sure if he's making it all up, but things start to ramp up as he starts speaking in voices and creating wind. People start to think that the devil is actually involved. A priest says that what's going on is purely medical, although others aren't so sure. There's all the standard tropes like throwing holy water, and Kenny invites the beast to take him instead, and they do an exorcism with a guy that knows more about raising pigs than raising hell. That leads to stuff that we've seen 100 times, like floating above the bed, and eventually he attacks Kevin, and it looks like the possession has now spread to him. He starts to show the signs and eventually ends up in a family dispute where he kills a man, and their legal defense becomes the devil made him do it. And if this sounds familiar to you, then you've suffered through The Conjuring 3, since that film and this one are based on a real-life court case from 1981 that these events are somewhat loosely based on. This version was handled by William Hale, who did a lot of TV and TV movies, but not a whole lot in the horror realm outside of a couple of episodes of Night Gallery. And yeah, this is supposed to be based on the true stuff, and Andy Griffith and Beverly McKinsey are fictionalized versions of the Warrens here, and in real life, this case ended up with Artie Johnson, the real counterpart of Kevin Bacon's character, being found guilty, and his whole demon possession defense deemed completely unprovable. He was sentenced to 10 to 20 years, although he only served 5 of them. And I'm not into this. It's a 1.5 from me. We've seen all the possession stuff done better, and I'm not a fan of trying to present it like some great legal travesty happened here, when a guy killed someone and then blamed it on the devil, and the movie treats it like that's like some sort of valid defense. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's the least known version of this story and didn't get much acclaim, but does have a big list of recognizable faces involved. Should you watch it? Nope, case dismissed.
In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you!
Here for him. And here for you.
Here's another TV movie, and this one aired just a few days later on March 7th, and it's Deadly Lessons. It starts off with one of the Montelli kids, not in Amityville this time, and she's starting at a new boarding school. And Stephanie number 5 Alive is here, and so is Renee Jones. And holy crap, she was on Days of Our Lives. And when I say she was on it, I mean she started 1,752 episodes, which is 5 shows a week for 7 years. Chet is here too, so you're stewed, buttwads. And this guy is David Aykroyd, who is not related to Dan, and the headmaster is none other than Donna Reed. So this is a pretty solid cast list so far.
He has an incredible mouth.
Like, how does one judge a mouth? Like, what makes a mouth in particular incredible? I mean, just from looks. I can figure on other things, but like, is that something that can be determined by sight? And there's also this student here, and she may not look familiar, but it's likely you'll recognize her voice because this is Nancy Cartwright, otherwise known as Bart Simpson. Trouble begins when one of the girls shows up face down in the lake, dead, but have no fear because a member of the California Highway Patrol is on the case. They want to say that it's an accident, but he thinks that something else is up. And Chris is here, and I guess he's not a fireman anymore. Seems like he is right though, since everyone appears to have a motive because literally everyone at the school seems to hate each other. And then there's another death. What then unfolds is sort of a slasher flick formula, just without the slasher scenes, so I guess more of a murder mystery, or something right in between. And like I said, this one aired on television, on ABC, and it's obvious that they were looking to cash in on the slasher craze of the time. I mean, take a look at that poster, but present it in a TV primetime fashion. It was directed by William Wyard, and we've already encountered him a couple of times already, all for TV movies. He directed The Girl, The Gold Watch, and Everything, which was covered back on the Sci-Fi Project in '80, and he also did the haunted house flick, This House Possessed, from 1981. And what's interesting is that for a while, this was considered a bit of a holy grail for slasher buffs, since it was never given a proper VHS or DVD release. And it wasn't something that was reran too frequently, so the only way to see it was on wonky bootlegs. And I'm giving this a 2.5. It's enjoyable enough for the most part, and I like the character stuff, but it's a watered down version of things that we've seen already. Its significance is a 2, because again, this is one that isn't really spoken about unless you're discussing obscure slasher flicks, but it does have enough recognizable names to give it a little extra kick. Should you watch it? Maybe? I mean, it might be a nice starter slasher for someone you know that's afraid of the goriness of some of them. We're getting away from the small screen, but we're going to take a short detour up into Canada. And up on March 18th, there's the release of American Nightmare. It begins with the future Stephanie Holden sans her red swimsuit in Alexandra Paul's second work in her career, and her first feature film, just a little bit before her breakout role later on in the year, which we'll talk about in a few episodes. In what appears to be a theme with this block, she's a prostitute and is murdered by her John, and her brother comes looking for her and finds out that she was a working girl and also a stripper. He goes to his dad, who he hasn't seen in a while, and he's the CEO of a big business and refuses to help track Isabel down. Pretty soon, someone kills one of Isabel's co-workers and makes it look like a suicide, so it's clear that there's something else afoot here. Because of the deaths, a police detective, Daryl Revok, is on the hand, and Eric teams up with another of Isabel's friends named Louise to see if he can solve the mystery. And I guess I should point out that there are several rather lengthy strip club dance sequences, and it's not like this scene is set in a strip club and there's girls dancing here. The dances are the scenes, like it was the whole purpose of making the film. The murders continue as the plot thickens, and it turns out that everything involves a set of mysterious videotapes and blackmail. And like I said, this one is from Canada, which is funny for a film called American Nightmare, especially since it was filmed in Toronto, and it was done on a low budget, just $200K. Paul Lynch, director of Prom Night, and also a Canadian, was interested in making this film and doing this script, but he was tied up with other projects and probably couldn't find a way to write in a whole disco dancing sequence that goes on for too long, but he did end up executive producing it. It took a while to get out there since it was filmed in late 80 and early 81 and took until 83 for it to be completed and distributed. Got a limited run in Canada and then played on US TV a little later on in the year and didn't really make a big splash, but it did get some favorable write-ups. And this one's weird. It's another 2 from me. I like that it's a political thriller wrapped up in a sleazy slasher shell, but it all feels a bit cheap and it's not all that interesting. Its HCS is just a 1 though, since it's unheard of, unspoken of, and didn't feature anyone in the field. Should you watch it, you can probably sleep through this nightmare. We're staying out of US theaters, and damn, are we ever getting back there? But this one came out in Spain first on March 23rd, and it's Revenge in the House of Usher. Not the singer Usher though, someone else entirely. There's this guy with a wonky eye, and he's working with Dr. Usher on some sort of an experiment involving a young woman, and Usher is Howard Vernon, who we previously saw on the project back in 1981 in both Zombie Lake and The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Miss Osborne. Not the singer Osborne though, someone else entirely. His experiments are attempting to restore his daughter to life, and one of his former students shows up out of the blue. He's got a whole basement full of women, and when Harker discovers them, a group of young women chained up in the basement, his reaction?
I don't understand. Why did he do that?
Dude, what does it matter? What answer here would make sense? Just like, let him out. And when Usher starts to relate his tragic backstory, the film jumps back to black and white footage, and actor Howard Vernon seems quite a bit younger. And that's because this is recycled footage from the 1962 film The Awful Dr. Orloff, which also starred Vernon. It's just redubbed here, but here's the thing. This footage wasn't originally in the movie, and this represents the 3rd version of this film. You see, this is another one from Jesus Franco, and get ready for this list because he's already been on the project with White Cannibal Queen, Devil Hunter, Bloody Moon, Sex is Crazy on the Sci-Fi Project, Oasis of the Zombies, and Mansion of the Living Dead. This was meant to be a take on the Poe tale, The Fall of the House of Usher, and Franco's original cut of the film was only shown 1 time at a festival premiere on that March 23rd date, but it was mocked and booed by the audience all throughout, and because of that, he couldn't find anyone to release it. So, he decided to alter the film, and this original take is considered lost. The second version featured 3 new scenes that had Vernon killing 3 new victims and changed the overall story. And in this take, Usher is turned into a supernatural creature that feeds on human blood. And it was then titled The Crimes of Usher and got a small release in Spain in 1986, 3 years later. This version, the third one, is the one that's most commonly found and most seen, since it was the only one to get a commercial release, and it was changed to Revenge in the House of Usher. It cuts out those 3 scenes that were shot for the second version, adds a number of new scenes that introduce the dead daughter plotline, and add the Orloff footage to flesh things out. In any version, it didn't get a lot of play and didn't become really all that well known, and by this point, barely resembled the Poe story that it claimed to be based on. And what a snoozer. It's a 1.5 from me, and I'm getting to the point where if I see Franco's name pop up, and I just get a pillow ready. Its significance is just a 1 since it's pretty unknown, even for the director's filmography, and the only thing of note is the story of the 3 different versions. Should you watch it? No, there's better Poe adaptations on the horizon.
Melissa. Oh.
And we're still not back in the States because 1 day later, on March 24th, in the Netherlands, the 4th man was released. The guy who killed Dr. Kimball's wife is here, and he's an alcoholic and prone to outbursts. He's also prone to flights of fancy, like seeing a picture of a hotel and imagining or remembering a surreal encounter there. But he's also a successful novelist, and while giving a lecture, he encounters the Eve of Destruction, and she tells him that they've booked a room, but it's that same hotel that he had a nightmare about. And instead of going there, he instead goes home with Christine, and they have sex. But afterwards, he has a dream that she castrates him with a massive pair of scissors. She says that her husband has died, and the two start up a relationship of sorts, but things start to get weird when he finds a photo of a man he was earlier infatuated with on the train. And then there's other things that keep pointing back to that ride, and he sticks around, but it's unclear if he's interested in her or the man in that photograph. He keeps having odd visions, taking a religious form, and always including the mysterious Herman. But then it turns out that Christine wasn't just married once, but had been married 3 times before. And when she shows back up with Herman in tow, the plot thickens. And what's even going on anyway? And this little mind bender is by Paul Verhoeven, director of RoboCop, Total Recall, and Showgirls. And this was the movie that sort of crossed him over. Before this, he was an established Dutch director, and quite a bit of his work was dismissed by critics over there who accused him of making shallow, vapid films. Because of that, he intentionally made this one loaded with religious iconography and symbolism, tried to make something that would please them. And it worked. The film was praised there and became a hit in the Netherlands, and Verhoeven was a bit bummed out that he felt like he was forcing all of that more artistic stuff and it was all overdone. But he has changed his mind over time. But the real story was how it did when it was released in the US, since it was a massively acclaimed film and would become the highest grossing Dutch movie ever. And this is a wild one. It's a 4 from me. It's just this really cool character piece, and the imagery pulls you in, and you're never quite sure what's going on, but you're completely on board. Its significance is a 2.5, since it is a major jumpstart to the director coming to do American work, but it's just not a widely seen film and may have had more of an impact overseas than it did here. Should you watch it? Yes, go forth and do it. We're going to jump 1 week to March 31st, but we're still not in the US since this is another international entry from Hong Kong, and it's The Trail. And seriously, listen to this opening theme music. If I see a dog in the snow, I'm panicking. It's actually set back in 1922, and it's in this small village, and a rather wicked mob boss that kills his little brother who had leprosy. Because they want to cover that all up, he hires a group of smugglers who pose as Taoist priests to get rid of the body for him. Their gig is that they all disguise themselves as hopping vampires so that they're left alone, but they're actually transporting opium. And yep, they're just going to use that thing music the whole way through, aren't they? Trouble kicks in when they wind up in some quicksand and lose the body, and then immediately encounter some thieves and are unable to retrieve it. But then that quicksand starts to bubble. Something comes up out of it, and I swear that this guy is Asian Ted Raimi. But something seems to be killing off members of the group and people around the village, and something that makes duck noises?
Quack, quack, quack.
It's then up to our bumbling group of smugglers to find the vampire on the loose in this big hidden temple, all to the tune of that awesome and very much stolen Morricone score. This one marks the first entry on the project for an HK legend and sort of an American one as well, since this was an early work from Ronnie Yu. This guy became a standard of Hong Kong horror before making the jump to the States with Bride of Chucky and Freddy vs. Jason. His career is kind of weird because he did Bride, and that was a hit, and FBJ, which was a big moneymaker, and he then did the more action-oriented Fearless, and that did great too. But then he was attached to Snakes on a Plane, but was replaced and only did an episode of Masters of Horror, and then took a 5-year break before making an action film in China, and then nothing else. So I wonder what happened with him as a director. And this one's fun, but not as much fun as some of the other ones from China in this same time period. I give it a 3. And it was just weird hearing that music all throughout, although I have to admit, kind of fits it. Its significance is just a 1 since it's a virtually unknown one over here, and yes, it was an early work for you, but it wasn't one that got him a lot of recognition. Should you watch it? Sure, this trail's worth a hike.
听那么黑没人陪，出了事就来不及哦。
We're finally back in the US now and talking about a great little flick that debuted here on April 22nd, and this is The Deadly Spawn, also called The Aliens Deadly Spawn, and eventually The Return of the Aliens Deadly Spawn. It begins with a comet landing out in the woods and something unseen killing a couple of campers. In silhouette, we see a creature with a rather large mouth growing, and then meet a couple that live nearby. Sam thinks the basement is flooded, and he's kind of right, but the bigger problem is the man-eating creature that's down there that paints the walls with him. And when his wife goes down there, she gets it too. And our creature is revealed. And look at this thing. This is amazing. I'm assuming the soundproofing on that basement is just awesome because the entire rest of the family, including a visiting aunt and uncle, are just upstairs. One of them is Pete, who invites his friends over to study, but let's not forget little Charles, who has a penchant for special effects and monster movies. He finds out about the thing downstairs and discovers that it has little worm babies, but luckily for him, the big guy's taking a post-eating the electrician nap. He gets stuck there and has to watch them eat his mom's face, which I'm sure isn't damaging at all, and then discovers that the creatures can't see, come after sound. Meanwhile, Pete and his pals find a little one and dissect it, and it doesn't take long before a whole bunch of them are on the attack and biting the old ladies there for tea, and the mega monster heads upstairs, leading to a tense face-off. And this was a first and only film from Douglas McKeown, and it was done on an insanely low budget of $25,000, which is just nuts to think about when you see how fantastic that monster is. The producer on the film was Ted Boas, who had helped get a couple of other low-budget features off the ground, including Night Beast, and he sketched out a monster that was basically just a man in a suit with a mask on, but then they hired an effects guy named John Dodds who wanted to do something more grand and created this glorious monstrosity you see before you. And the only problem was that it didn't fit into the house, so they actually had to chop it up and reassemble it inside. It was shot under the title The Deadly Spawn, but when they found a distributor, they wanted to cash in on all of the talk that was going on around them making a sequel to Alien, so they retitled it either The Return of the Aliens Deadly Spawn or Return of the Alien, the Deadly Spawn. There was also sort of a sequel in 1990 called Metamorphosis, The Alien Factor, which was also titled The Deadly Spawn 2 in some places. Oh, one other thing. Something weird happens in this movie with a surprising death. The movie gives you a set of teen characters and follows them a while, and then out of the blue, another person shows up and one of those teens is shockingly killed off, and the new character then just sort of becomes one of the leads. Turns out that the actress playing that character got another job and couldn't be in the film anymore. So they had to write her out and replace her with a new character, which is kind of weird, but plays well in the movie since you are not expecting it. And oh boy do I love this. It's a 4 from me. I can't believe that this was $25K and has actual characters, genuine suspense, and a ton of fun. And that final shot is a killer. Its horror cultural significance is a 3 since it is a bit more known and was a regular on video store shelves, but it's never been a household name and didn't make the impact that it possibly could have. Should you watch it? Without a doubt. This is great stuff, especially for fans of practical creature effects. We're going to slip into the world of the subversive here as we check out one that was released sometime in April, and it's Geek Maggot Bingo, or The Freak from Suckweasel Mountain. It has an introduction by the Alamer himself, Zachary, doing the thing that he does, which is being awesome. We then meet the devious Dr. Frankenberry, as he's kicked out of his job for conducting illegal experiments, which is apparently an adorable kitty, which he says that was brought back from the dead. And he's looking for an assistant, eventually finding Geeko. His lab is delightfully low rent, and they need fresh bodies. And when asked if he knows anything about prostitutes, instead of going out and getting prostitute bodies, Geeko dons a disguise to lure in victims. He gets body parts, and Frankenberry's daughter Buffy is dating Flavian here, and he's played by a guy whose name is Gumby Spangler, which I'm going to assume is a pseudonym, but who knows, really? It turns out that Flavian is actually a vampire that gets his teeth on Buffy and serves Scumbelina, and in order to combat them and avenge his daughter, they call on a cowboy named the Rawhide Kid, and he's Richard Hell, legendary punk rocker of television, and Richard Hell and the Voidoids. It then turns into a challenge between the vampires and Frankenberry as the doc eventually succeeds in creating the Formaldehyde Man. And here's what you're likely asking. What the hell is this? And this was a part of the transgressive cinema wave that was happening at the time and was an early film by renowned indie filmmaker Nick Zed. And I wasn't aware until I started the research on this one, but he just passed away back in 2022. Zed was notorious in the 80s and 90s for a series of low-budget, envelope-pushing films and books like Orgasm and War is Menstrual Envy. He was a part of the whole movement at the time that included the likes of Richard Kern and Lydia Lunch, and this was a fairly notorious one because at a screening for the film, Zed walked out and shot a couple of audience members and killed them before the movie started. It was just a stunt though, and the gun was a cap gun, and the victims simply popped bags of blood on themselves. And I'm going with a 3 here because the ending of this one is awesome and has some fun effects going on. But I'll admit that most of Zed's stuff was pretty short, and I kind of wish this one was as well because it does go on a little bit too long. Its significance is a 2, but it's really not known in the horror world, but it had a pretty solid impact on the punk cinema scene. Should you watch it? I'd say yes. It's a fun sort of spoof and different angle on Frankenstein.
No! This labyrinth of pain and fear that we call life is but a prelude to the cosmic symphony of oblivion.
The final film on this block debuted in both the US and Canada on April 29th, and prepare for some gothiness with The Hunger. If you're a fan of awesome music, the intro is basically a music video for Bauhaus's Bela Lugosi is Dead, and they're playing in a club, Some of the audience in attendance are a belle du jour and a thin white duke. They bring a couple home with them, and one of them is Anne Magnuson. And I guess most people know her from like a million best friend roles in various comedies, and I don't know, maybe making Mr. Right. But I always knew her from that weirdo band Bongwater. The couple seduce and then kill the young punks, and then Louise is here, sans Thelma. John and Miriam are both vampires and become interested in the studies of Dr. Roberts, who is researching rapid aging in monkeys. Turns out that John has been rapidly aging and losing his immortality, and as he keeps getting older and older, he starts to get more and more desperate. He even begs Miriam to kill him, but here's the rub. They can't die and are just in this eternal half-life state. She places him in a coffin to just be there forever, which kinda sucks, but I don't know. This is a universe in which David Bowie will always be alive, no matter what, so in my eyes, it's a hell of a lot better than ours. Substitute Brad Majors is on hand, and Cher's dad is here as well, and when Sarah comes to Miriam's house to try to find out more about John, they start an affair of their own that, of course, leads to some vamp biting. And this was an early film from Tony Scott and was his first feature film, and shortly after this would go on to much bigger things outside of the horror realm with Top Gun and Beverly Hills Cop 2. He was actually the younger brother of Ridley Scott. He died back in 2012 in a really odd sort of circumstances where he jumped off of a bridge, likely due to a long cancer battle. This story was adapted from a novel that was by Whitley Strieber, the man who also wrote Woofin' and the alien story Communion. The makeup effects in the film were by the legendary Dick Smith, and those were some of the most attention-getting aspects when it was released, and it was nominated for a couple of Saturn Awards, with one being for Best Makeup. It actually got pretty negative reviews at the time, with most calling it style over substance and saying that it was empty. And it did alright, earning around $10 million at the box office, but was far from a hit. One thing I'll discuss here, and I'll try to avoid spoilers, but the studio demanded a minor reshoot and an additional scene placed at the end. They wanted to be able to set up a sequel, have it be a little bit more open-ended, I guess ambiguous, although Sarandon regrets doing the scene, saying that it contradicts the point of the movie and its own internal continuity. Oh, and also look for a blink and you'll miss him cameo from a very early in his career Willem Dafoe as second phone booth youth. And this was almost a 3.5, but I'm going to bump it to a 4. I have to admit that I agree with the whole style over substance complaint here, but the style is just so good, and it really does create this whole world, and I get sucked into it. Its significance is a 3.5 since it's pretty well known, and even though it wasn't a smash hit, it's developed this big cult following, particularly in the goth world. Should you watch it? Definitely satisfy your hunger. We're going to begin this block in April now, and on April 29th, we're checking out Ray Bradbury's Something Wicked This Way Comes. It's told through remembering a small town in Illinois, and two young boys, Will and Jim, are standard kids growing up. Good old Royal Dano is here, and all I can think about with this guy is killer clowns, and Will's dad loves it when a plan comes together. Everyone has a buzz when word of a carnival is coming to town, but Charles is wary and doesn't want them going. His wife is Sunshine, and I should point out that there's a 20-year difference between Jason Robards and Ellen Gear, although it actually is a plot point about how old that Will's dad is, so it does make sense. Meanwhile, Jim's mom is a single parent, and she's also Marietta Fortune. Weird stuff starts to happen as the show pulls into town in the middle of the night, which makes statues crackle with light, and the next day, they all go to visit it. The whole town is there, and the Hall of Mirrors seems to have an odd effect, showing them things like restoring the limbs of Ed, who's missing an arm and a leg. They're also employing Foxy Brown as a fortune teller, and evil or not, Pam Grier can caress my palm anytime that she wants.
See the exotic dancers from the air.
Come on, Jim. You don't want to see this.
Oh, but he do. He do. And then when a guy goes up in the Ferris wheel with a lovely lady, he doesn't come back down. When the kids sneak into a carousel, they meet up with either a Bond villain or a Brazilian hero, take your pick, and a little later they see Mr. Dark have one of his crew ride the ride in reverse, and it changes him back into a little boy. But then things really kick in when old Mrs. Foley is given her youth back, but loses her sight, and it becomes apparent that the good things that the Dark Carnivals offer all come with a price. And this was actually from Walt Disney Productions, based on a novel with the same name from 1962 by the great Ray Bradbury. He had originally wanted his book to be a film, but couldn't get funding, so he retold it into a novel. And then later, he was asked by Jack Clayton, a producer, to readapt it back into a screenplay, and they intended for Sam Peckinpah to direct it. This was in the early 70s, though, and it never managed to get off the ground, and went through a couple of false starts with Spielberg even connected at one point. And then finally, though, Disney was looking to do some darker fare, and thought that Ray Bradbury's story was what they wanted. And Bradbury suggested Clayton to direct, as he had previously done the acclaimed The Innocents and The Great Gatsby. They wanted someone like Peter O'Toole or Christopher Lee to take the part of Mr. Dark, but in order to keep the budget down, they went with Price instead, who was mostly unknown at this point. But then, trouble struck when Disney wanted something lighter and more family-friendly, but both Clayton and Bradbury wanted to stay true to the darker tones of the book. However, Clayton went ahead and commissioned a rewrite from another uncredited screenwriter to accommodate the studio, which Bradbury was quite upset about and had a falling out with the director. But then, the mouse didn't care for his original cut and spent another 6 months doing reshoots and re-editing the picture, which is why the boys look somewhat older in several shots. The film was meant for a Christmas '82 release, but this bumped it into '83 and bumped the overall budget from $16 to $20 million. Unfortunately, it was not a hit and only earned back a little over $8 million of its cost. Over time, though, it's been appreciated more and more, and there's been a few attempts at doing a remake, with the most recent occurring back in 2014, although none of those ever materialized. And I'm going to go with a 3.5 out of 5 here. I have a soft spot for this one, and in terms of mood, it's spot on. But the story sets things up really well, and then doesn't do much with them for the whole center of this film, biding its time until the fantastic finale. Its horror cultural significance is the same. I think that at the very least, it's a title that pretty much everyone knows, but it's also a rare spooky bit from Disney and has enough known faces in it to give it some extra boost. Should you watch it? Yes, something enjoyable this way comes.
46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 52. You're lost!
Here's one with a little sketchy release date, but it did premiere at the Cannes Film Festival in May of 1983, and it's The Lost Tribe. It has Max, who's an anthropologist, and he's disappeared on the hunt for a lost tribe in Fiordland, which is a small region in New Zealand. When they find his little island hut, there's a dead woman inside, so the police start to investigate what happened. It appears as if she's been dead for 2 weeks, and Max's wife and brother come on down to see if they can figure it out as well. You may recognize Darian Tackle from Peter Jackson's Heavenly Creatures, and John Bach from Peter Jackson's Two Towers, or Return of the King, because if you're an actor in New Zealand, you work with Peter Jackson. It's just what you do. Edward is Max's twin, and the police immediately suspect him of something, mainly because he has a bit of a sketchy past. The murdered woman was a hooker, so Edward goes out into the streets to ask around, and he's a bit creepy himself. Like a lot creepy. Max also has a daughter that's along for the ride, and they tell her that they found her dad, and during the searches, they're told about the Lost Tribe. It seems like a good amount of people have gone missing in the area, and they realize that the answers to their questions are out there in the woods, but they might not like what they find. Along the way, some family secrets are revealed, and dark circumstances arise, leading to a dark finale. And this one was both written and directed by John Lang, and it was his second feature. He'd go on to do a ton of work and a lot in TV, particularly in American shows that shot in New Zealand. Like he worked on both Hercules and Xena, and also a Swiss Family Robinson show, and is still in the biz as both a director and producer. Its release ended up being a touch belated as it played in festivals all throughout 1983, where it won a number of awards, but it wasn't picked up for distribution until 1985, where it got a limited release in its home country. It introduces some weird elements like the insinuation of the daughter's psychic abilities and this lizard skeleton thing that shows up once in a while that don't really end up mattering to the script. And if you're looking for some distilled weirdness, the third act of this one has you covered. And this is a weird one. I'll go 2.5 on it. The sheer level of atmosphere and mood here are top notch, but the story doesn't go anywhere at all. It introduces so much that it just doesn't bother to follow up on, and it just feels empty. Pretty, but empty. Its HCS is just a 1 though, because this is extremely obscure, even in its native country. Should you watch it? Likely not. It's nice to look out, but there's just not enough reason to join this tribe. Let's now visit another stop on our way back to America and pop into the Netherlands for a film that came out on May 11th there, although it wouldn't get a US release until 1985, and it's The Lift. We have a bunch of obnoxious folks leaving a restaurant late, and they take the lift down, and that's an elevator for us Americanos, and then they get stuck, and the temperature keeps getting turned up until everyone nearly dies. They call Felix, an elevator tech, and he goes to check things out, and they suppose that the issue may have been caused by a recent storm, but he can't find any issues with the systems. Shortly afterwards, a blind man is tricked into falling down the shaft, and a night watchman has his head cut off as the lift seems to have a mind of its own, and it's out for blood. Felix tries to figure out what's going on, and he discovers that the elevator's manual is missing, and that a former tech was driven crazy while working on it. Along for the ride, though, is a pretty reporter, which causes some problems when it looks like Felix is having an affair. But then there's revelations about the states of the computer chips used now, and how susceptible that they are to external facts and self-awareness, and the race is on to shut it down. This one is Dutch and was both written and directed by Dick Maas, and was only his second feature film, but he had been a music video director and seems to have a link with the band Golden Earring, and directed a bunch of their videos, including Radar Love and Twilight Zone. He seemed to like horror since he'd also go on to do the awesome slasher flick Amsterdam, and much later the killer Santa movie Sint. But he's also done some episodes of Young Indiana Jones in the US. There was trouble on this set though, because Maas and the producer disagreed on everything, and were always arguing, so he was eventually fired about halfway through. Instead of leaving though, Maas just kept filming, and that producer realized that he couldn't finish the film without him and hired him back. They had to rush to get the film into Cannes Film Festival and threw together a version with sketchy subtitles, but the silliness of a killer elevator movie turned out to be a big hit there. So much so that Warner Brothers scooped up the rights then and there for distribution. It then went on to become a cult favorite and a staple of video stores, where that box art of the guy with his head stuck in the doors was omnipresent, and there was even an American remake in 2001 called The Shaft, or Down, that had Naomi Watts in it and was also by Maas. And I'll give it a 3. I like that it actually tries to take itself seriously and doesn't try to be a joke film, but maybe it's a touch too serious and too dry in the middle portion. Its significance is a 2.5, since I think it's a cover that many people recognize, but I don't think that this has been that widely viewed, and most of the success is only of a cult variety. Should you watch it? Sure, come on, I mean, it's a movie about a killer elevator. You know you want to. Back in America, 2 days later, on May 13th, we get a little more straightforward tale with Mausoleum. Little Susan's mother has just died, and she's not taking it well. And I love that her aunt just stands there while she runs away, even though the kid is at a light jog at best. Like, lady, you can easily catch up to her. Susan finds this spooky mausoleum It's in the title. And it has a couple of smoke machines going, and she enters and encounters a strange shadow that drives another man mad and makes his head explode. And seriously, what is Aunt Cora doing all this time? Is she still just standing back there yelling, "Susan, stop, wait"? Like she falls under the influence of whatever it is, and then we jump ahead a full 20 years. She's now 30 and married, and Cora's worried that she's acting like her mother did right before she died. She's also now Bobby Bracey, who you'd likely remember as the giant tongue lady in Ghoulies. She visits her mom's grave every year and goes back into that mausoleum, and her gardener seems to have a fascination with her. And here's a shock! This is not Dan Haggerty. Instead, he's just some creepster who won't take no for an answer, so Susan uses her green eye powers to blow up his car. Her maid is Aunt Esther, but she resists telling Susan to shut up, dummy. And she also seduces that gardener and kills him, transforming into some sort of demon creature as she does. Pretty soon, she's lashing out at everyone around her and makes really effective use of blacklight while she does. This one was directed by Michael Dugan, and he only made 3 films, and his roster is strange. He did a film a decade with a sex comedy in the 70s, this horror film in the 80s, and a G-rated family film in the 90s. His name is attached to a TV series in the 10s as well, but this really stands out as an eclectic career. It's said that it was likely used for money laundering, as one of the main financiers was a known mafia guy. And an odd casting tidbit is that Bracey is playing younger here, like her character is 30 years old, and she was 40 at the time. But that's not that strange, since horror films usually have older actors playing younger. But her Aunt Cora was played by Laura Hippie, who was 8 years younger than Bracey and only in her early 30s. It ended up getting a limited release, and it did okay, earning close to $1.5 million, and then became a video store staple. And this is another one that landed on a UK nasty list and was both seized and confiscated, but it avoided prosecution. Oh, and you're not going to want to miss the standout demon boob moment. And this is fairly fun. It's a 3. There's some cool John Carl Buechler effects and silly stuff going on, but it does get a touch monotonous after a while. Its significance is a 2.5, since I think that this was pretty prominent back in the VHS days and got some attention, but it was still a lesser-known cult hit that never broke into the mainstream. Should you watch it? Yes, particularly if you're like, hey, I wouldn't mind seeing Bobby Bracey naked again, because that happens about every 5 minutes.
Mr. Farrell! Mr. Farrell! Mother, sucker got away.
1 week later, all the way over in Spain, on May 20th, we had one with several titles, and the Spanish one was Latidos de Pánico, or Panic Beats. It begins with a knight named Alaric murdering a woman that he calls unfaithful. It then moves to modern times, and we meet Paul, and his wife is sick and has a weak heart. Paul is played by Paul Naschy, Spanish horror legend and frequent werewolf. We've already covered several of his films here on the project. In order to give his wife some peace and quiet for her heart, they decide to go to his parents' mansion up in the countryside, where there's a painting of the knight from the intro. We're told his story as he was a terrible guy who killed people and was eventually brought to trial and killed himself. The place is tended to by a maid and her daughter Julie, and when the car breaks down on the way up, a couple of ne'er-do-wells attack Genevieve. And people don't say ne'er-do-wells enough anymore, but I'm going to try and bring it back, because I guess ne'er is an abbreviation of never, and honestly, who just decided, yeah, I'm skipping the V in this word, because why not? It's just one of the weirdest things I ever heard. Trouble kicks in back at the house, and Julie sees severed heads and ghouls, but it's just a dream, although she ends up convinced that Alaric is trying to come back from the dead. But there may be more that meets the eye to what's going on. Earlier, I said that Naschy is in this one, but he also wrote and directed it, like he did most of his films. It was actually a sequel to one of his other films from 1973 called Horror Rises from the Tomb. That one also revolved around Alaric de Marnac trying to return to life with the help of his descendants. It was filmed in one of the houses of Generalissimo Francisco Franco, and this breaking news just came in, but Generalissimo Francisco Franco is still dead. It ended up getting a bit of a truncated release since it didn't get a run in Spain until a full year after it was complete, and it was never shown outside of the country, with the exception of one film festival in Brussels. It did get a VHS release in the US after a while, but never really took off like some of Nashi's other works. And I'll give this one a 2.5. In a way, I like the whole random nature of it and how it just seems to switch plots every 20 minutes, but it all just feels a bit empty. Its HCS is just a 1, though, because even in terms of Nashi films, this one is still pretty unknown, and it's just not one that people talk about. Should you watch it? Yeah, maybe it's worth a watch. It's pretty entertaining. We'll now turn our attention to the small screen for a film that debuted 1 week later on May 27th, and it's The Sins of Dorian Gray. We have a woman accused of killing someone's family, and she's the Time Rider's girlfriend, or grandmother, whichever, and she says that she's way too young to be the killer. There's a theme song that makes me think that James Bond is going to appear in a gun barrel and shoot at me.
Oh, Dorian. The sins of Dorian. Yeah.
And then Norman Bates strolls in with some old age makeup. That woman is a supermodel, and she's Dorian Gray here, and it's been 10 years since he'd seen her, and says that she looks exactly like she did 30 years ago. We then flash back those 30 years to their first meeting, and Gray is musing on getting old, and wishes that she would stay the same while her film image aged, and that concept is wild, with an E. Henry takes an interest in her, and what the hell is this on Lieutenant Rackzack's head? They put her up in a fancy new place, and she becomes their new cover girl. But then, as she's watching that old screen test, she seems to notice that the image looks aged. But hold up, what is this lounge singer?
Someone who will fight with me, then spend the night with me. Oh, I need someone who wants to be close to me.
Dorian starts up an affair with a married musician, but things go extremely wrong there, and soon people are turning up dead. And yes, this is a modernized and very loose take on the classic Oscar Wilde story, The Picture of Dorian Gray, which was from 1890 and was somewhat instrumental in his downfall. The gay undertones of the story were actually used against him as evidence in a lawsuit, and he was found guilty of indecency and was punished with 2 years of hard labor. Much like the earlier Dr. Jekyll and Sister Hyde, this uses the concept of a gender swap of the main character to go in a different direction. However, since this was a TV movie, it ended up mostly being a drastically toned down version of the classic tale. It was actually produced by Rankin Bass, yes, the company that made all those animated Christmas specials, and Jules Bass himself wrote that theme song, which comes back several times throughout the film. The director was Tony Maylam, and he had previously directed The Burning, so he had a touch of horror experience already, although there's not much slashing here. In fact, I'm not really sure what the sins of Dorian are here, because she's pretty low-key through most of this, and not really evil per se, although she does finally take a turn in the final act. And this aired on ABC and then got a VHS release later on, but has never been on DVD or gotten a higher quality edition. And this is a 2.5 from me. It's perfectly fine, but also really standard. It just doesn't do anything interesting with the story, and in fact, makes it less interesting. Its HCS is a 2 though, since it's a well-known story, but maybe a lesser-known version of it, although it does have Perkins and Ironside present in it. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's not terrible, but it's also not essential at all.
No!
We're now headed over to Spain as we jump into June, and on the 3rd we got The Diamonds of Kilimanjaro. which opens with a small plane crashing down in the jungles of Africa. A little girl survives, and then we jump ahead to her, and she now lives there amongst the tribe. She's assimilated and helps a random expedition guy when they want to kill him. That guy then goes back and reports of the existence of a white jungle princess, and she's the missing daughter of a wealthy family. They send someone out to try to find her, except certain family members want to make sure that she remains missing. Her godfather, who was flying that plane, is now the chief of the tribe, I guess. And even though it's like 10 years later or whatever, he hasn't aged and is wearing the exact same clothes. There's some familiar faces here like Lena Romay, who we just saw in Revenge of the House of Usher, and last year in Mansion of the Living Dead and Oasis of the Zombies. But there's also Antonio Mayans, who we just saw in Revenge of the House of Usher and last year in Mansion of the Living Dead and Oasis of the Zombies. Then, for no reason whatsoever, in the middle of a scene of these two just talking to each other, a stock footage clip of a rhinoceros chasing a truck is inserted. No reason, it's just there. They head out into the jungle with their assortment of eclectic crew, and there's this constant whistling sound that is clearly just a person whistling, and yet I think it's supposed to be just like ambient jungle sounds. Whatever it is, it's 3 times louder than anything else in the scene. And then there's lots and lots of walking around in the jungle, and those walking scenes are a trademark of Jess Franco, who we just saw directing Revenge of the House of Usher and last year's Mansion of the Living Dead, and yes, Oasis of the Zombies. And if you've been watching the project, you know that this guy is all over it. This is actually his 8th film to be featured on either horror or sci-fi projects so far, and they've been varying degrees of pain. But he wasn't the only director, because when it went to France, the censors there shot it down. The French company that was handling the release then sent Oliver Mathot out to do some new scenes with the actors, and even added an additional 10 minutes to the runtime. Oddly enough, that version never even made it to France, and instead played around the world, with the original 83-minute version only being available in Spain. And this one's a bit of a clunker. I'm going to give it a 1.5. It has a couple of moments that are entertaining, but for the most part, it's a dull slog, like several other of Franco's movies are. This kind of feels like a retread of some of his earlier cannibal kind of flicks, and is just mostly boring. Its HCS is just a 1, since this one is virtually unknown completely, even amongst Franco's filmography. Should you watch it? I would skip this one. This is a rather easy pass. On that same day, back in the US, a big one arrived, and we have a follow-up to a horror legend with Psycho 2. It begins with reminding us why people in the 60s were afraid to take showers, and then jumps ahead to present day, as Osgood Perkins' dad is on a parole hearing, and Vera Miles returns as Lila Crane, looking to keep her sister's killer in jail. His doctor is Mr. Eddie, and he takes him back to good old Bates Motel, and right away, Norman thinks he sees things in the house. He takes a job in the local diner, recommended by kindly Mrs. Spool, and introduces him to a waitress who's wondering what you're going to do and where you're going to go when there's no one like you left. He lets her stay at the motel, and Detective Sipowicz has been managing it in the meantime, and he fires him. Mary stays with him in the house, and right away, strange stuff starts happening, like some mysterious notes being left. And when the deaths start to happen, it's time to start wondering if Norman has reverted back to his old ways, or if something else is going on. And yes, of course, this is the sequel to the 1960 classic Alfred Hitchcock masterpiece, Psycho. According to the poster, it's a full 22 years after the events of the earlier film, and it was actually sort of based on a book. The original Psycho was based on a novel by Robert Bloch, and in 1982, Bloch wrote a sequel called Psycho 2. His version was sort of a parody of Hollywood slasher flicks, and Norman trying to stop the making of a film based on his crimes. Universal hated the book and actually went forward with the film as sort of a response to it. They got Richard Franklin to direct, as he had been a student of Hitchcock's, and he had even been on the set of Topaz, and he had already made The Great Patrick and Road Games, which was featured on the project in the 1981 episodes. A young Tom Holland was brought on to write the script, and they specifically told him to make it different than the book. The script was strong enough that they sent it to Patricia Hitchcock, the director's daughter, and she approved and said her father would have loved it. Beyond that, Perkins said that he had no interest in coming back for a sequel, and initially said no, but they sent him the script, and he also thought it was great and signed on. Like the original, most of the film was shot on the Universal backlot, as the motel was still standing, although they had to rebuild the house. This is also apparent when you can see the town, and it's clearly the backlot, and you can see the Back to the Future clock tower. It had a modest budget of $5 million, and it was originally meant to be a made-for-cable film, but that was before that they had Perkins on board. Once he said yes, they approved it for a theatrical run, and it opened against War Games and the Steve Martin comedy The Man with Two Brains. But it was also the second weekend for the juggernaut Return of the Jedi. Even with strong competition, it did well and debuted at number 2 behind Jedi and went on to gross $35 million, and it got pretty solid reviews. As expected, this then led to more, as a third part would show up a few years later, as well as a fourth a while later. And I really like this. It's a 4 from me. It's just a great mystery that feels different than the original, but it also still feels like it's connected, and Perkins' performance is phenomenal. Its significance is also a 4, since this is a sequel to one of the most known horror films of all time, and was pretty well seen. It has a great cast list. Should you watch it? Yes. Do it before Mother gets angry.
Remember, Norman, I'm the only one who loves you. Only your mother truly loves you.
A little later on that month, on June 17th, we're going to head on over to the UK for the release of The House of the Long Shadows, which wouldn't get a US release until April of 1984. It has Desi Arnaz Jr., son of Desi Arnaz and Lucille Ball, and he's a writer who makes a bet that he can write a novel along the lines of Wuthering Heights in 24 hours, and stakes $20,000 on it. To do so, he heads out to an old Welsh manor that has been unoccupied for 40 years, and on the way up there, he's greeted by a sudden storm and some unfriendly locals, but soon settles in. However, as soon as he's in there, he discovers that it's not exactly as empty as he thought, as a classic Count Dracula is here along with his daughter. And then Mary shows up, tries to convince him to get away from the manor as quickly as possible. She says that their lives are in danger, but McGee doesn't believe her, thinking it's an effort to make him lose the bet. Turns out that he's right. But then more people show up, including a Dr. Frankenstein, and he claims to be part of the family there, and that's he had spent the past 40 years in Africa. But then, holy crap, none other than Dr. Phibes strolls in and says that he's another of the Grisbane children and claims that he's been gone and in America. But then, things get even more crowded when yet another Count Dracula shows up, and holy crap, how much legend are they going to jam into this one? Soon they find out that the family is all gathered in order to release their brother Roderick from his room where he's been trapped for 40 years because he murdered a local girl after discovering that she was pregnant. But then it turns out that the room is empty, and they start getting killed off, and McGee has yet to get even halfway through that damn book. And this one was brought to you by Pete Walker, a man who had been in the industry since the 60s, although most of his early work was softcore sex films. He turned to horror in the 70s and did The Flesh and Blood Show, House of Whipcord, and Frightmare, but this would turn out to be his final directorial work. It was the first and only film to feature Carradine, Lee, Cushing, and Price, although a lot of them would work together in other things before, just not all at once like this. It would have been 5 legends, since Elsa Lanchester, the bride herself, was meant to play Victoria, but was too ill and frail to make the trip to London for the shoot. And it didn't get the best reviews at the time, with critics calling it a bit of a waste of all of that talent. And I'll give it a 3 because I kind of agree. Like, I love seeing all these guys on the screen together, but sadly, they don't give them much to do, and they really could have taken better advantage of them for some sharper interplay. Its significance is a 2.5 since it's not that well known and didn't really leave an impact because it's more of a throwback than something current, but all of that significance is from the presence of those 4 superstars of horror. Should you watch it? Yes, I mean, it's not a slam dunk, but it's absolutely worth checking out.
Piano wire. You must have heard her singing.
This block ends on June 24th, and I'm not sure which is the bigger release here, this or Psycho 2, but we're checking out Twilight Zone, the movie. Things start off with a couple of guys in the car, and it's Nancy Botwin's dad, and some guy trying to start up a union for hitman. When the driver tries to scare his passenger, he decides to return the favor and turns into this, whatever this thing is, and makes like a wildcat noise. Then there's that classic Twilight Zone theme song and Rod Sterling's narration, here done by the Penguin. And we start our first story, because like the old show, this is an anthology and several what we're going to call episodes. The first one has Jennifer Jason Leigh's dad and Norris, and Bill's a racist old fart. He goes on an insane racial rant that's probably slightly harsher than a standard Twitter post nowadays, which pisses off Creighton Duke. He leaves the bar, and weird things kick in right away as a couple of SS soldiers approach him and try to haul him in and shoot at him. But things get even weirder when he's suddenly attacked by the KKK, including Grand Wizard Dan Fielding, and they seem to think that he's black and try to lynch him. But that's not all, because he next ends up in the middle of the jungle in Vietnam and attacked by American soldiers who say that they shot Lieutenant Niedermeyer, which is fine because that guy was a dick anyway. But they also seem to think that Bill is Vietnamese. And we'll talk more about this segment in a little bit, but I will say that this whole thing is clearly an overt political message. The people that complain about identity politics and racial issues all the time will now insist this is super subtle, and you can barely tell what the message is because it's so hidden. And it had to be, because movies were never political. And if they were, it was so sneaky in there that they didn't notice and had nothing to do with them seeing this film when they were less aware of politics. The last segment takes place in an old folks' home, and Dick Halloran is there, and they're all discussing what they could do if they were young again. The mysterious Mr. Bloom suggests that everyone sneak out at night and play a game of Kick the Can, which has rejuvenating effects. The third segment has Kathleen Quinlan, and she goes to a diner that Walter Paisley works at. She accidentally hits the little Hogan kid and gives him a ride home. He lives with R.J. Fletcher and Bart Simpson, and everyone acts really strange. Turns out that little Anthony is no normal little boy. Making him mad comes with some pretty dire consequences. And the final segment, perhaps the most famous one, has Dr. Emilio Lizardo on an airplane. He's freaking out a little bit, and by a little bit, I mean a whole lot. But that's not all he has to contend with, because there's also a little girl on the plane with a freaking W.C. Fields ventriloquist dummy, and I swear to you that this thing is haunted. Like, its nose is red, as if to insinuate that the dummy is also drunk. Things really hit the fan when it turns out that there's something on the wing of the plane, trying to damage it and cause a crash. But what can Valentine do when no one will believe him? And of course, this is a theatrical version of the classic TV show, The Twilight Zone. The 4 segments all feature big-name directors of the time, including John Landis, fresh off American Werewolf, Steven Spielberg, Joe Dante, who had just done The Howling, and the Road Warriors' George Miller. Each of the segments, except for the first one, were adaptations of older episodes, and they included several cameos from actors that were in the original series, with Burgess Meredith, star of one of the more noted Zone episodes, taking over Rod Serling's narration role. But then, yeah, we're going to talk about it, so buckle up. Early on in the filming of Landis's Time Out segment, something went wrong. You see, originally the segment ended up much differently and a little more upbeat. Bill was meant to rescue 2 Vietnamese children and be sort of redeemed. But then, a large number of rules were broken. First of all, the 2 kids, ages 6 and 7, were not meant to be working at night by California law and weren't allowed to be around explosions, and also were meant to have a teacher or social worker on hand, although none of that was followed. Then, the pilot of the helicopter was having trouble seeing through the pyrotechnics and was flying too low, just as another round of explosives went off. This sent the copter out of control and it crashed, and the rotor blades sliced down and killed the 2 children and Vic Morrow, who was holding them at the time. Lawsuits and criminal charges were brought up, with Landis denying any responsibility, and a case that took almost 10 years to wrap up in courts. At the time, the fallout was instant, with Spielberg ending his friendship with Landis and seemingly not really caring about his own segment anymore. When it became clear that they were still going to keep Landis' segment in the film, Miller became so incensed that he walked away from post-production and left Dante to take over. It ended up doing quite well, though, since the budget was around $10 million and it earned over $40 at the box office, and inspired them to bring the series back for a revival a few years later. And I like this quite a bit, so it's a 3.5 from me. The first segment is hard to get through knowing its history, and the Spielberg one sort of sticks out as not fitting, but the final 2 segments are total bangers. Its significance is a 4 because it's a very known franchise, features 4 heavy hitters of the industry, and of course, that controversy. Should you watch it? You should. Don't wish this one into the cornfield.
You big silly! You used to be a normal person!
We're going to kick this block off in the weirdest way, with a film that has no known release date, but it is known to be released at some point in 1983 in France, and it's Augroff, otherwise known as the Mad Mutilator. It begins with an axe murderer loose in the woods, and the most charming handmade title of all. And our killer is wearing a mask and just chasing people down. And this woman only gets away to encounter some pranksters.
Fais de la marche à pied, banane, et ça te fera du bien.
When she thinks she's found help, it turns out to be the killer instead, but she still gets away and finds his very Texas Chainsaw-inspired home. She then makes sure to show some blood directly to the camera and gets captured yet again. Like, lady, he's not even moving that fast. Then, we're introduced to another woman out there who has also randomly stopped in the middle of nowhere, and I should point out that there's only been about 4 lines of dialogue up until this point. The killer then basically just attacks anyone that's out in his woods with some fun, low-rent gore effects. And I love that he sets this guy on fire, and the dude is nice enough to just stay still and let him do it. Oh, but then he goes back and kills the other woman, just in case you thought that she was the main character. Which would be a fair assumption considering we watched him chase her around for 15 freaking minutes. And by this point, it's now a third of the way into the film. And what? This isn't weird enough for you yet? Well, how about if he acts like the axe is his penis? And if you think all that is strange, well, let me tell you, although I won't tell you because I don't want to spoil it, but absolutely nothing will prepare you for the twists that occur in the later part of this one. And the director was a man named Norbert Moutier, under the name of N.G. Mount. And it was his first film, although he only made a handful. Like, you'll remember I mentioned that there's very little dialogue, and when it does happen, you'll notice that you can't see anyone's mouths, and that was because this was shot on Super 8 film, a notably low-end format, known for its cheapness, but it was also really hard to sync up sound to it. So you'd either have to have no dialogue or just dub it over, which is what they did here. Mount was a video store owner, and he made the film with the express reason of renting it to his customers, and it managed to achieve a minor bit of cult notoriety for its bizarro turns. And then, just when it's hit its peak of strange, Dr. Orloff himself, Howard Vernon, shows up as a vampire. Yes, you heard that right. And I like this silly crap. I give it a 3.5. It's terrible, but oh so entertaining in a shoestring budget way, and it's certainly not good. But I do enjoy watching it. Its significance is just a 1 though, since it's very obscure and never really spoken of, with only a Vernon cameo in terms of name value. Should you watch it? If you're a fan of backyard horror, then yes. If you're in the mood for an actual movie, then probably not. Let's move on to another one with an unknown release date, but it did come out in Canada at some point in 1983, and it's Skullduggery. And we know that because the opening track tells us so. We're introduced to several people in what appears to be a medieval castle in the 1300s, playing some sort of game that leads to the death of one of the players. It then jumps ahead 800 years to 1982, and Adam here is organizing a game with friends. And one of the players admits that she's starting to see imagery from the game in real life. And if Tom Hanks shows up, then they'll know that they're in trouble. They're playing at a costume rental shop, and the game is very similar to Dungeons & Dragons, but has a board game element to it. Later on at a theater performance, some sort of magician appears and plays pranks on people, and he does a show. And after what seems like a really long time watching these performances, the Magic Man does something to Adam that makes him stalk and try to kill one of his fellow players. He starts to think that he's actually a warlock and seems to possess actual powers as well, making snakes appear, although it's hard to tell if what he's seeing is real or hallucination. Oh, there's also this guy who walks around, and he has a tic-tac-toe board on his back, and as the movie goes on, it gradually gets more filled in. Meanwhile, the magician guy is building this puzzle throughout the film, and each time Adam gets a mission in the game, he enacts it in real life by killing someone. And this is one of only 2 films by Oda Richter, who both wrote and directed this, and their only other film was a 1987 comedy called Oklahoma Smugglers. This was during the era that people were all up in arms about Dungeons & Dragons and how it was going to lead kids into becoming Satanists or whatever, and is clearly capitalizing on that. Except here, they're combining it with a slasher theme to really jump into the current horror film trend as well. It was released under the title of Skullduggery, but also as Warlock, not to be confused with the Julian Sands version, and also Blood Puzzle. Under any title, it wasn't much of a success, but did get some action on the home video market, even if it never really rose above low-level cult fame. And this one is fine, but really disjointed. I'm going to give it a 3. There's just a bunch of different elements that don't really add up to a satisfying whole, but it is kind of fun. Its significance is just a 1 though, since it's also really unknown and doesn't have any names in it at all. Should you watch it? I mean, it's a half-decent watch, but I wouldn't call it necessary by any means, but, you know, it's fun.
Could you please deflate your tits?
Here's another with an unknown release date, although it was said to have been released at some point in '83 in the UK, and it's Scream Time. It kicks off in New York City, and a couple of guys go into a video store, and while they're there, they steal a couple of video cassettes, because this was '83. Those suckers were likely around $100 a pop at that point. They take the tapes to their friend Marie's house and say that they want to watch the movies there, and pop in the first one. And we watch what's on the tape, since this is actually an anthology film. I mean, is this VHS, like 83 or something? The first segment has a Punch and Judy show, and the puppeteer is going through some struggles as his wife is fed up with their lack of money and plans to move to Canada. Turns out his son hates his puppets too and sets them on fire. And when his son and wife are mysteriously attacked, perhaps Jack has had enough. Or is it Punch the Puppet? The second short involves young newlyweds who are given a house by one of their fathers as a wedding present, and they're all upset because it needs work, and I don't know if anyone out there wants to give me a house that needs fixing. Gift horse, mouth. Right away, Susan starts to have weird visions, like a boy in the backyard riding a bike who disappears every time she goes to talk to him, and bloody knives. After that, things keep ramping up more and more, although perhaps Susan has had enough? Or is it the house? The third and final segment has some dirt bike racers, and one of them applies to a position of handyman for a couple of old ladies. But the plan is for him and his friends to rob them instead. The women tell him that the grounds are protected by fairies, and when his buddies show up to do the job, well, those ladies may not just be telling stories. And this one was partially by Michael Armstrong, a man who wasn't mostly known for directing but for writing, and he did the screenplay for House of the Long Shadows, which I covered earlier in this year. The other director was Stanley A. Long, and he said that each of the shorts were done independently and were meant to be attached to other features, but when they did pretty well, it was decided to string them together as an anthology, and got like $150,000 to shoot the New York wraparound, and almost lost that money in a heliport, but luckily managed to get it back in time. The middle segment, Scream House, would go on to get a full-length remake in 2010 called Psychosis that featured Charisma Carpenter of Buffy and Angel fame. And I like this too. It's a 3. It's kind of fun, but nothing really unique. It's weird because it feels like a proto VHS in a way because of the wraparound, although it's probably better than a chunk of those. Its significance is another 1, though, because this is yet another one that just didn't get talked about or covered, and there's really no one in it that you'll recognize. Should you watch it? Yes. Give Screen Time some screen time. Okay, this next one seems like it may have had a screening in Los Angeles in 1981, but it got a regular release in July of 1983 with no date stated, and it's Spaceship, or The Creature Wasn't Nice. It's on a spaceship called the Vertigo, and Frank Drebin is on board, as is Beef, Shirley Feeney, and John Steed. They discover a mysterious planet, and when they learn about the creatures that used to live there, they use some stock footage from an old TV show called Spectre Man, an Ultraman clone. They land and, while exploring, find a tiny living gob of goo that they bring back onto the ship to study. A few weeks go by and Cindy Williams gets a musical number, and who would have thought in the far future that Space Invaders would make a comeback? There's then a bunch of shenanigans for a while, and it's revealed that the tiny organism is now growing and screaming. But there's also random breaks, like a fake trailer for Dirty Harry as an old man, and Rodzinski hounding after Annie. But when the creature gets loose, they have to walk very slowly down hallways to look for it. And this was both written and directed by Bruce Kimmel, who also plays the other crewman here, John, and it was his second feature film, with the first being the comedy film, The First Nudie Musical. It was conceived under the title of The Creature Wasn't Nice, but when it came time to release it, they wanted to play up the fact that Leslie Nielsen was in it, and since he had just made that big turn to comedy in Airplane, they swapped out the title to Spaceship. Classic actor Broderick Crawford was brought in to be the voice of the computer, but his age and rapidly declining health made him unable to complete the gig, and they ended up having to replace him. But that wasn't the only change, because that 1981 screening, which was more or less a test screen, made the studio rethink the film, and they sat on it until 1983, finally releasing it and changing that title, the computer voice, and did a massive re-edit, changing the film's music. Later on, when released on DVD, they changed the name again to cash in on the success of Naked Gun and retitled it as Naked Space. Much later on in 2019, Kimmel was able to get the rights and the permission to put together a version that was more closely aligned to the original cut and put it out on DVD. And this is okay. It's a 2.5 for me. The comedy is a touch more miss than hit, but there's certainly some bright spots, and it's possible that my disinterest in parody doesn't help. I remember watching this on cable when I was younger and thinking it wasn't for me, and I suppose I still kind of feel that way. Its significance is a 2, since it did get some notoriety on cable runs and does feature quite a few people of note, so it has some merit. Should you watch it? Possibly. It's amusing enough, and the cast is great.
I want to eat your face.
Okay, so this next one was released on video in the UK in July of '83, but it didn't make it over to the US until January of '86, but it's a little number called Play Dead. It has Lily Munster showing up to the funeral of her sister, and it seems like there's some bad blood in the family. She places some sort of necklace in the casket that seems to make a dog appear on the screen, and it's Hester's dog, a big old Rottweiler named Greta. Turns out that long ago her lover left her to marry her sister, and she still harbors feelings for him even though he's already passed on. She calls her nephew Stephen over and seems to want to try to make peace, and gives the dog to her niece Audrey as a gift, and wow, thanks for the large dog that you are giving me without asking if I have the means and capability of taking care of. Thanks so much, lady. But then Greta attacks Stephen and causes him to get run over and killed. There's then a really awkward sex scene, and it's made even more awkward by the fact that they keep on cutting back to the dog who is sitting there and watching them while licking its lips. Meanwhile, Hester's up to some black magic, and the police get involved as they think that foul play may be involved. Meanwhile, Greta continues her reign of terror as part of Hester's revenge, although if you're like, oh, hey, it's a movie about a Rottweiler, so clearly it's just gonna bite and attack people, but nope, this dog uses electrocution and strangulation, which is pretty hilarious. And this was by a guy named Peter Whitman, and only one of 2 films that he directed, with the other being a sex comedy called Ellie. His only other credit is as a producer, but that was for Skullduggery, of all things. It looks like, much like Spaceship, this was also filmed in 1981, but it didn't find any sort of distribution until later and was eventually distributed by Drrome. And I'm going to go with a 2 on this one. It's mostly just really dull, but the dog murders are fun, but it's way too long in between them, and not even a hilarious dog dummy can save it. Its significance is another 1, since this is also very unheard of and barely even got released. Should you watch it? You can let this sleeping dog lie.
If you're hungry, I could make you a sandwich. Give me.
Let's go now to a film that had a premiere screening on July 15th in Louisiana, but then sort of sat dormant for a while until getting a bigger release in 1986, which seems to be a theme with this block. Films that were shot earlier and then released much later. But this is Mountaintop Motel Massacre. We're told that Evelyn was released from the asylum in 1981, and she's now living on a farm, chopping up critters. Her daughter Lori is up to no good though, and is summoning up spirits in the basement, which makes Evelyn freak out a bit and accidentally kills her. She's able to convince the police that she had nothing to do with it, and she's clearly still in shock over the incident. There's several cabins on her property that she rents out, and there's a reverend staying there with a new tenant named Crenshaw. Then, newlyweds Vernon and Mary get a room. A couple of young ladies have their car break down and get a lift with a guy who claims to work for Capitol Records. And things kick off when Vernon gets bitten by a snake. And there's also rats around and lots of roaches, so it's a good thing that Yelp wasn't around yet, or else I'm thinking this place would be getting a 1. And this guy is way too calm to be waking up literally covered with roaches. But then, when the storm knocks down a tree that blocks the road, Evelyn starts the massacre at the Mountaintop Motel. So, this one was both written and directed by Jim McCullough Jr., and was only his second feature after a 1977 comedy called Charge of the Model Ts. He'd only do a couple more features after this, but one was the slightly infamous The Aurora Encounter, as that movie featured a child with progeria, and his Make-A-Wish Foundation request was to be in a movie, so they made him one and made him an alien. This one was originally just called Mountaintop Motel, and that's the title that was initially created under when it played in '83. McCullough would then release it again independently a year later as Horrors at Mountaintop Motel as well. But in '85, New World Pictures picked up the film for distribution and shot a new, gory ending and added the massacre to the title. It would end up getting some mixed reviews, mostly negative, but would end up becoming a regular on video store shelves in the year to come. And I'll give this one a 2.5. It has some nice atmosphere and distinctive characters, but it's pretty dull for a long portion and takes too long to get to the point. Its significance is a 2, since it did get a lot of spots in the VHS market, but never really got that known, and didn't do much to impact the genre or launch any careers. Should you watch it? It's probably worth one night at this motel. Okay, I'm including this next one for reasons, but it's not truly a horror film at all. And it doesn't have a known release date except for coming out in Turkey in 1983, and it's Call, or The Desert, or more commonly, Turkish Jaws. We meet Kemal, and he's a super cool guy with super cool shades and a cycle. And he confronts this guy who gets this series of amazing close-ups. Before Kemal just strolls in and shoots him in the head. He then starts taking other people out, set to the eye of the tiger for some reason, and that reason is lax international copyright rules. But then there's a chase and a fight, but not really a plot, like at all. The police are after Kemal because he's just killing people, and everywhere he goes, a bunch of dudes just want to fight him. He boards a boat, and what the hell? What the hell is this? Seems like Kemal stole some money or was just accused of it and tortured, and now he's getting revenge on those that did him wrong. And yeah, like I pointed out, this is mainly just a crime thriller, and there's not much horror to it. And since it's mostly on this boat, why did they call it The Desert? Well, supposedly the title was meant to be The Blue Desert, like the ocean is a big blue desert. But when they had posters made up for it, the printing company didn't understand what it meant because deserts weren't blue, so they just shortened it to The Desert. But afterwards, they realized that they didn't have enough money to change it, so they just went with it and called the movie The Desert. I have to say, though, I'm not totally sure that I believe that story, because why would they have to pay for new posters? Like the printer decided to change the title of the movie on his own. Just say, like, hey dude, you made this mistake. Fix it. But I guess Turkish rules on things like this are different. I don't know. But let's get to the whole Turkish Jaws thing, because that's how this one is mostly known in the US, particularly on bootleg versions. Towards the ending of this movie, and I mean in like the last 10 minutes, Kemal is captured and tossed overboard, tied to a wooden plank. While drifting at sea, he's attacked by a shark. And when I say shark, I mean this hilarious thing. It does not appear to be Jaws-sized or anything. It's just a regular shark, but it was enough to earn this one the distinction of being called Turkish Jaws. I think it's worked that way because this is from Çetin Angst, a name I'm surely saying correctly, and he was the man who gave us Turkish Star Wars, which also starred Cüneyt Arkın, another name I'm saying totally correctly. Although I admit that film was much more fun than this one, although it matches that one's crazy camera angles and stolen music. And I'm just going with a 1.5 here. Like, sure, it's silly at times, but it's taking itself way too seriously, and it's just not as enjoyable as you'd hope. Its significance is just a 1, since it's not like people have seen this outside of its native country and people enamored by the phrase Turkish Jaws. Should you watch it? You can pretty easily pass on this one. Let's end this block in a grand fashion, and on July 22nd, it's not Turkish Jaws, and in fact, it's Jaws 3D, or I guess Jaws 3, which is weird, right? Because Jaws 3D sounds like the original Jaws in 3D, but Jaws 3 3D is too repetitive. The poking at the camera starts right away with a roly-poly fish head that can't play baseball, doesn't wear a sweater, is not a good dancer, nor does it play drums. We have a bunch of water skiers, and already there's a shark in the water, and one of them is Beverly Switzler. It's set at SeaWorld in Orlando, and they're opening up a new attraction there, a big set of underwater tunnels in a lagoon that's connected to the ocean through this little channel, and the finned one follows them into it. There's an iron eagle on hand, and he's joined by an enemy his, and he's Mike Brody, now older and working here as an engineer. He's dating Dr. Jekyll's girlfriend, and there's a visiting Steve Irwin type, although this guy's a jerk and not a goddamn hero. The younger Brody, Sean, is also on hand, much older now, like 10 years older, so I guess this is meant to be like 10 years after part 2. And he meets up with Mrs. McFly and plays her at this game that I mentioned a few years back, and people told me that it's a real thing, but it still just baffles me, as it's literally just push my hands. There's shenanigans as Sean and Kellyanne hook up, and it turns out that there is indeed a shark there, and it's eating people, which is, as a coincidence, really sucks for Michael and Sean. But when they manage to capture Gorgo, the shark, it turns out that they have much bigger problems than they originally thought. And what's interesting is that this was almost a parody film. Like, along the way, Richard Zanuck and David Brown, who were the producers on the first 2, thought it would be fun to make a comedy called Jaws 3 People Zero, and involve some National Lampoon writers, including a young John Hughes, to do the script. Lots of potentials popped up. Joe Dante was going to direct, Bo Derek was going to star, Richard Dreyfuss was going to return, but then Steven Spielberg heard the plans and said no, and if they went forward with that concept, he would never work for Universal again. Eventually, the directing job was given to Joe Alves, the first and second film's production designer, and they shot on location at SeaWorld. Richard Matheson handled the script and was forced to include the Brody boys, which he was opposed to, but was able to dissuade them from making the shark the same one from part 2, somehow surviving. Roy Scheider wasn't asked to return and would have turned it down flat, saying that the producers actually knew better than to ask him. It took advantage of the resurgent 3D craze of the time, which made the filming more difficult than normal, although the budget remained somewhat modest at $18 million. The reviews were not kind at all. The setting was criticized, the 3D was ridiculed, and the increase in cheese stood out as compared to 1 and 2. It was even nominated for 5 Razzies, including Worst Picture, Worst Director, Worst Supporting Actor for Lou Gossett Jr., Worst Screenplay, and Worst Newcomer for the Dolphins. That didn't stop audiences, though, since the film had a killer opening weekend and went on to earn $88 million, although that was a pretty big drop from its predecessors, and it was still a big moneymaker. Oh, and I can use this spot to solve a mystery, but way back when I covered this movie in another video, I pointed out this guy wearing a t-shirt that said, "Let a gargoyle sit on your face," which seemed pretty random and bizarre, but it was pointed out that this was likely an ad slogan for gargoyle sunglasses, which, sorry that mystery is solved, because that's way less fun than just a random guy hoping for some entertaining sexual encounters with a freaking actual gargoyle. Oh, and Gossett's character was meant to die in the end, eaten when the shark crashes through the glass, but the producers were so happy with his performance that they changed the script to have his nephew eaten instead. And one last thing, because it's not something people talk about much, but the character of Fitzroyce's death scene is very well done, and his assistant's reaction to the news that he didn't make it is probably better than you'd expect out of Jaws 3D.
He didn't come up!
Come on, you bleeding balls, philosophy! Philip, pull the pin! Pull the pin, Philip!
And this may be dumb and silly, but it's still pretty damn fun, so I give it a 3.5. Granted, I'm just partial to this series in general, so I enjoy it, but just not nearly as much as the original or Part 2. Its significance is a 4 though, since it's part of one of the biggest franchises in film, and it's pretty widely seen and known with a number of known faces. Plus, it's probably the most known 3D film from this era. Should you watch it? If you like big shark movies like me, then yes, of course you should. This block starts on August 6th in Italy, although it wouldn't get an American release until 1986, where it went straight to video, and it's A Blade in the Dark. We opened with 3 little kids, and one of them is Bob, and I'm watching a subtitled version, so I guess they didn't give him a weird voice here. They're in an old spooky house and dare their friend to go in the basement, and he's seemingly killed. We then meet a musician who's hired to do the soundtrack for a horror film, and the man that hires him is Michel Soavi, director of the outstanding Della Morte dell'Amore, and it turns out that the opening scene was just a sequence from the movie that they're making. Bruno's worried about not doing a good job, so he decides to stay at the house where the film is set in order to get spooky inspiration. But on his first night there, a neighbor just sneaks into the house and hides in the cupboard, and he treats it like it's a normal thing to do because she's attractive. But there's more weirdness because there's a previous tenant named Linda, who seems to have some odd quirks that Katya was investigating. Someone's not too happy about that though, and kills her. Suspiciously, the groundskeeper is then seen hauling around a big trash bag that looks about body-sized. But then, Teddy's also around, as is Bruno's girlfriend Julia, and another neighbor girl, so the suspect list is growing. And this one is from Lamberto Bava, son of the master of Italian horror, Mario Bava. Lamberto had followed in his father's directorial footsteps, and we've previously seen him on the project with Macabre back in 1980. This had a bizarre backstory since it was originally commissioned as a television series. It was filmed with the intention of having it air in 4 segments of 30 minutes each, with a murder at the ending of each segment. For instance, Katya's death would have rounded out the first episode, and the pool scene capping off the second. It was all shot on location in an actual Italian villa, and Bava stated that he frequently clashed with the screenwriters over the direction of the film. But the real problems arose when the film was finished, since the Italian censors declared it too violent for television and wouldn't air it without removing the gorier moments. Instead of doing that, the producers chose to recut the film to be a feature and do a theatrical run, which seemed to be a good choice since this was fairly successful. And I enjoy this. I'm giving it 3.5 out of 5 tapes, and it's got all the giallo stuff happening that I want to see. Although I'll admit that the plotline is a bit derivative and easy to figure out if you've ever seen Psycho. Its horror cultural significance is a 2 since it got a bit of play in Italy and did have Bava attached, but this one never really reached that level of attention that it could have with his name on it. Should you watch it? Sure, particularly if you're a giallo fan.
Down there? Yeah. The ball, go get it. Female, you're a girl if you don't get the ball. Female, you are a female, you are a female, you are a female, you are a female.
So this next one doesn't have a known release date, although it is known to have run at some point in '83, and it's Beasts. We're up in some snowy area, and a man is attacked by a bear. And this dude is just going to town. And this fella must be crazy well trained. And I tried to look up to see if this was Bart the bear, but there was no information about it. We then have Doug flying in to visit an old friend in Cindy, and when they cast this guy and sent him the wardrobe and hair and makeup, were they just like, hey, Clark Kent this bitch up? They had a previous relationship and are going on a big hiking trip together and set out the next morning, making a quick stop at the house of a hunter friend. Doug is a writer and wants to do this big hike as research, and while they're out, they reminisce about old times. Eventually, they find a bear cave, but also bump into some creepy hunters. Things go smoothly until that big bear catches their scent. And I love this shot because I think it's insinuating that the bear is behind the rock and spying on them, like peeking his head out. But he lets them go for the night as they shack up in a cabin, but instead he turns his attention to a Boy Scout troop and eats their scoutmaster. But then things start to take a turn as they know about the bear and hunker down, but those hunters just force themselves into the cabin and take them hostage. So who are the beasts here? And this really feels like a TV movie, but apparently is not, and was instead a Canadian theatrical piece that was directed by Don Hawkes. This was his first feature film, and he only directed 2 movies, but he started off as an actor. In 1939, yes, he's listed as basically being an extra in the classic Stagecoach, The Grapes of Wrath, and The Sands of Iwo Jima, and then took a 30-plus year break from film until the 80s. He only did the 2 films, produced another in 1988, but he's apparently still kicking and is listed as being the last living cast member of The Sands of Iwo Jima. There's not really a lot of information about this one, to the point that IMDb only lists 3 of the cast members, and one of them is listed twice, and no crew is credited except for Hawkes as the director and producer, and one other guy as the title animator. There's no budget listed, release date, or box office info, so it's about as close to a total mystery that I can bear. And it's not all that great. It's a 1.5. The bear scenes are pretty fun, but they're too few and far between, with the human stuff just being tedious. Its HCS is a 1, since no one has heard of this and knows it exists, including presumably some of the people involved in making it. Should you watch it? Probably not, unless you like people falling off of cliffs, because this movie has several of those, and they're pretty funny. Let's check out another film with no set release date, with one that is just known to have been released in the UK in '83, and it's On the Third Day. Here, a couple comes home one day and immediately notice that something is off in their house, and come to the conclusion that they've been burgled. And I just want to say right now how much I love the word burgled. It almost sounds nice. Oh no, I've been burgled. Tee-hee. Turns out that there's a man in the house, and at first they're angry at him, but he seems cordial and claims that he was friends with the man who used to own the house. And then they just believe him. And Douglas is like, oh hey, I have to go pick up my daughter, so I'm just gonna go do that and leave my wife here alone with the man that we've never met who also broke into our house. Douglas may be the dumbest character in all of horror. He seems to know quite a bit about them, including some family secrets, and then just sort of integrates himself into their life, but also seems to be playing some sort of horrible game with them, at times pulling out a gun and saying it's a prank, and then seducing their daughter. And you may be wondering what the title is in reference to, as there's a point where they're in a church service and the vicar is talking about Jesus rising after 3 days, with a portion of the events taking place over the Easter weekend. And it does sort of tie into the overall theme of the film. And it was both written and directed by Stanley O'Toole, and it was the only film he would do either of those jobs on. However, he was far more involved in the industry as a producer, and led up some big-name films like The Boys from Brazil, Outland, and Enemy Mine. And here's a pro tip. If what I've been saying about this film sounds interesting to you so far, don't look up anything about it, because shockingly, almost every plot synopsis I saw online, even the ones that were like 2 sentences, reveal the ending of the film. I mean, it's not all that hard to figure out anyway, it's pretty obvious, but still. This is another one that has hardly any information about it floating around out there, and it's definitely quite a bit more psychological thriller than it is a horror film, but they really went in with the marketing of it being a type of home invasion flick. And I'm giving it a 2.5. I like some of what's going on here, but it's pretty damn predictable. You figure out what the big reveal is very early on, which drains all of the tension out of things. Its significance is a 1 since it's really unknown, has no known faces, and is barely horror. Should you watch it? I'd say not. It's not awful, but it's also not essential in any way. This next one is curious because it shows up on several sites as being from 1980, and there's no release information from it except to say that it was put out on video in West Germany sometime in '83, so it goes here, and it's Cataclysm, otherwise known as The Nightmare Never Ends. It has a married couple, and the husband is Big Ben, and his wife is having crazy nightmares. He takes her to a show where she's hypnotized and envisions Nazi Germany, but he later reveals that he has no powers at all, right before having some sort of seizure and dying. He leaves a message saying Moloch, and the police are baffled as to what happened. The officer in charge of the case is none other than Cameron Mitchell, once a pretty big name, but in this era was doing a number of low-budget horror flicks, and he's contacted by Mr. Weiss, who claims that this young man he saw on the TV is a crazed killer who doesn't age, which Lieutenant Stern says is impossible. Soon, Weiss shows up dead, and when Claire, a doctor, checks out his body, this is her reaction.
Papers in his wallet show he was a Nazi hunter.
Okay.
So bear with me now, because James has also written a book called God is Dead, and his wife disapproves, but it catches the eyes of some Satanists. He's approached by a man that tells him Satan is indeed on Earth and tries to get his help, and then it's a battle between the writer, his wife, the cops, and the evil of a man who I think has goat feet here and dashing eyebrows. Like, this man is what they referred to a few short meme cycles ago as on fleek. And holy crap, does this appear to have some complications involved. First off, it was shot back in 1980, but wasn't released until '83 and has 3 directors listed. One is Philip Marshak, and this was his only mainstream film, as the entire rest of his career was X-rated films, including the classic Dracula Sucks. But it also lists Tom McGowan and Greg G. Tallis as directors, and perhaps that's why this feels like several movies at once, since the Mitchell sequences seem so disconnected from the stuff with Hansen and his wife. Like, the weirdest aspect is that the writer was Philip Yordan, an Oscar winner. Not for this, though. He won back in 1955 for a film called Broken Lance. There were apparently 4 different versions of this release with different titles. It was called Satan's Supper, Shiver, Cataclysm, and The Nightmare Never Ends, and each of them had different editing and featured certain sequences deleted. But then, 2 years later, the entire film, in a much shorter form, would be used as the final segment for the anthology film, Night Train to Terror. And now that I said that, that song from that movie will be stuck in my head. And I'm going with a 2.5 on this one. There's some fun occasionally, but it's so all over the place and random, which can give a film a fun feel, but this one just hits tedium. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's mostly unknown, but I'll give it the 0.5 for the couple of horror faces that were involved. Should you watch it? Maybe. There's some fun bits here and there, but I'm not sure it's worth going through the whole thing. Maybe the shorter version on Night Train is a better time frame.
Who sent you? In the name of God, I command you to answer!
The Master sent me.
Name him!
Satan.
We go on now to this block's big one, the most high-profile release here, and on August 12th, Cujo got off his leash and into the theaters. It begins with a fluffy little bunny wabbit, and he's chased by this massive St. Bernard and ducks into his warren, I guess to warn Hazel that there's a dog loose in the woods. However, his spot is also the home of a bat that bites him on the snout. We then meet little Jonathan Bauer and his mom, who would make just the cutest little werewolf, and his dad, who is either Hardcastle or McCormick. I'm not going to go and check which, but you can probably tell me, right? It seems like they're having a bit of marital troubles, but when their car is having some problems, he gets recommended to go see this guy, Ed Lauter. And you know, I know him from like 100 movies, but he doesn't really have that one character that I identify him with. But it seems like there's more to that bite on Cujo's nose than it seems, and oh yeah, Donna is sleeping with family friend Steve, who is coincidentally also her husband in The Howling, and oh yeah, also her husband in real life. Vic finds out about the affair, but has to head off on a business trip, but Cujo has gone rabid and almost attacks Terry's little brother. He does end up killing another guy though, and when it's up to Donna and Tad to take the car up to get repaired, they're beset upon by the big old foamy pupper. But when their car won't start, they're stuck inside while the big fella tries to get in, and it becomes a race against time since they have no food and no water and no help on the way. And I think most know that this is an adaptation of the Stephen King novel from 1981. And this was an era of King movies, as it seemed like every one of his works would get optioned for the big screen, and we've already covered a few right here. Originally, it was meant to be directed by Peter Medak, the man who gave us the amazing The Changeling, and he shot on the film for 2 days, but was then fired by the producer Dan Blatt due to that age-old reason, creative differences. They then hired King's original suggestion, Louis Teague, on the strength of Alligator, and he stepped in under short notice to take over. If, while watching this, you get concerned about the filming process and whether the dogs were okay while they were doing it, you'll be happy to know that the animal trainers would have to actually strap the dogs' tails to their legs because they were so happy and wagging them in the middle of shots when they were meant to be in savage mode. It was made on a modest budget of $6 million, and the shoot was a struggle. Dee Wallace had to be treated for exhaustion after filming, and little Danny Pintaro was only 6 years old and had to have his mother on hand at all times to help him with the script, as he could not yet read. Oh, and here's a fun King fact. There's a character here named Bannerman, a cop, and he's the same character with that name that's featured in The Dead Zone. And in the books, it's vaguely hinted that the dog may be possessed by the spirit of Frank Dodd from that one. However, since the two movies were put out by separate studios, any references to Johnny Smith and the events there were removed. Of course, it also famously changed the ending of the book, and I guess I won't spoil either here, but the book ending was considered one of the things that King got the most flack for in his entire career. And honestly, there was no way they were going to film that. It was given some mixed reviews, but it turned out to be a nice-sized hit, bringing in over $20 million in ticket sales. There was never a film follow-up, although there was almost one, since there were plans in 2015 to do a film called CUJO, which stood for Canine Unit Joint Operations, Cujo, but it was never made, which is a damn shame because that sounds like a cracking idea. There was a brief sequel on the page, though, since King wrote a short story called Rattlesnakes that is a sort of a follow-up that featured Vic dealing with the events of the film. And I'm a 3.5 on this one. I think it's a pretty solid movie that I've just never seen as great. Like, everything involving what's going on in the car is awesome, and it does a wonderful job of making Cujo a villain, but a tragic one, and all of the fluff around doesn't quite land as well. Its significance is a 4, since it's a very well-known movie from one of horror's most known writers, but it's not one that stuck as strongly as some of the others did and never became a part of the cultural landscape. Should you watch it? Yes, and realize that the movie ending actually is better.
Tanner, wake up. Tanner?
The next one arrived a little later in the month on August 21st in the UK, and it's Suffer Little Children. It's shot on video with that old school shot on video sound, and we're in a home for children, and a little girl is dropped off there with a note asking them to take care of her, and it says that she can't speak. They take her in, but she seems to make a door slam on a girl in the most hilarious way. The kids get all riled up when a couple of hunky boys show up, and they're members of a pop band working with the home as a charity project. And it turns out that this guy used to be at the home. He sits with the kids and talks to them, but you literally can't hear a word that they're saying except for the occasional silly crushed giggles. Elizabeth doesn't seem all that interested, though, until he gives her his cross necklace. That night, she uses some sort of mind bullets to give the other girls nightmares about zombies, but then they cuddle up to her, and the zombies decide to picnic instead? Oh, okay. They soon find out that Elizabeth should physically be able to speak, so her problem is more mental. But then more accidents start to occur, and it seems like the kids are sort of worshipping her? Things start to escalate as little Elizabeth is clearly far more than she seems. And this is directed by Alan Briggs, the only film that he's credited as directing, and was written by Meg Shanks, although there's a story there. This was a production of the Meg Shanks Drama School from South London, and it said that Briggs and Shanks merely directed the students who appeared in the film to work through their own scenes and improvise, which is why the narrative seems to wander all over the place. And one thing that's likely not improvised is the theme song that's sung during a party, and it's unique. Surprisingly, it was also wrapped up in the whole UK video nasty debacle, although it's not on the official roster of banned films, but it seems as if the tabloids were calling it out and asking for it to be included, and it was seized from the distributor. However, it's also said that may have had more to do with the distributor's shady business practices than the content of the film itself. And I'm giving this one a 3. It was going to be a 2.5 since it's pretty terrible and the first hour is really slow and scattered. But holy crap, is the final act of this one a trip. Everything just goes up to 11 really damn quick, and I thought that was a blast. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's also really obscure. And I'll only give it the 0.5 for being tangentially related to the nasty list. Should you watch it? Yes, and realize that for a while you're going to be like, why the hell am I watching this? And then it'll just randomly click and you'll say, oh, that's why. Children. Alright, buckle up for this weirdness, since on August 24th, we get one of the more notorious for all the wrong reasons films for the era, and it's Boogeyman 2, or Revenge of the Boogeyman. You know that it's a high-quality production because the opening titles are literally red poster paint on whiteboard. At several points, you can even see a hand holding the boards. We're in Hollywood and they're doing a film shoot when Lacey comes in, a returning character from the first Boogeyman film from 1980, and she's once again played by Suzanne Love, who we saw earlier this year in Olivia. The director is a guy named Mickey, and he's played by the director of the first Boogeyman film, and this one, and it's Uli Lommel. Lacey was invited to the woods by her friend Bonnie, and her kid is staying with her in-laws. And she's still trying to get over the events of the first film and says it's been 6 months since it all happened, and then proceeds to tell the story. And they do this by showing us footage from Boogeyman 1. And here's why this movie is infamous. A large portion of the first half of this movie is simply footage from the first. And it's said that around 60% of this movie is recycled. and only 40% of it is new footage. In the new footage, the butler working at the film shoot finds a tiny piece of the cursed mirror and goes on the prowl. And that night, there's a party at the house with an assortment of Hollywood wannabes. Mickey hears about Lacey's story and everyone tries to convince him to make a movie about it, although he doesn't want to.
Well, I'm up for this part. It's a combination Star Wars and Smokey and the Bandit. He's a bootlegger in outer space.
Can somebody make that movie, please? Please. The killer then goes on the most bizarre rampage that you're going to see, with shaving cream and car antics and just silliness. So what happened here? Well, after The Boogeyman was a big success, Paramount wanted to make a sequel to it and asked Lommel to do it and offered a bigger budget. But he didn't want to make a studio film. Like, the first one was shot independently and distributed by them, and he wanted to do a second one the same way. But ultimately, he didn't even want to make a second one since he thought that sequels were a sellout. But he got money from a group of investors to do one outside of the studio, and they wanted a part 2. And he said he would make the film as long as he could make anything that he wanted and call it Boogeyman 2. And they said okay. So he did this, 40% of a new movie, with as much repeated footage as he could get away with. And he said that some of the investors loved it, but some hated it. Of course, because it contained so much of the old footage, and that film was banned in the UK as a nasty, this one was as well. And then it took on its own notoriety for being one of the most lazy films in existence. And I'm giving it a 2.5, which might seem a little high, but the killings at the ending are just so goofy and entertaining. Like, sure, I fast-forwarded a good portion of this because I've seen the first one and I don't need the recap, but those scenes were worth it, and that ending is a hoot. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's barely relevant because it's barely a movie, although it was a sequel to a popular film, and is one of Lommel's even if his name lost its value quickly. Should you watch it? This is a tough one. Maybe if you've never seen the first one and want a double dose of that one and some new stuff, or if you just want like a half hour of new killings, I don't know. Probably not, actually. This next one has been one of the harder ones to track down, and it's a film that debuted in Canada at the Montreal World Film Festival on August 25th, and it's The Returning, also called The Witch Doctor. We're set at the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and a family takes a trip out to the desert in a good old family truckster, and they go camping, but there's also natives out there with glowing rocks. They go back home and things are immediately weird when Dad is having odd visions, and they have native paraphernalia like literally everywhere. Seems that while they were on the trip, Dad took some sort of odd rock that they found, and now he's seeing things and starts having breakdowns in the middle of the night. But then there's also another man, Al, who seems to also be affected and having similar hallucinations. Things take a turn when little Jason is run over by a truck and killed, and everything seems tied to those damn stones as both men slip further and further into madness, with John actually acting like young Jason. Things then escalate, and when I say that, I realize that it makes it sound like things happen fast, so I guess I should restate it that say that things move in a gradually upward fashion, since nothing in this movie happens fast. And this is directed by Joel Bender, and was his second film, with the first film being a sex comedy from 1979 called Gas Pump Girls. He wouldn't make another one until 1989 with The Immortalizer, which is a much crazier and bizarre film that I kinda can't wait to talk about. There's really not much information out there about this one and very little details about the making of it, but there is an interesting tidbit that seems to be directly from the film's producers on IMDb as a review. It seems that the version that is circulating out there, although not much since it was damn hard to find, is a stolen copy. The message states that it's not a real release or the final product from 1983. It says that somehow Some character or entity got a hold of a tape of the returning and began to illegally peddle it. I should point out that that entity in this case doesn't mean ghost or whatnot, it's just a legal term, which makes the whole thing a lot less fun than if ghosts were committing copyright infringement. But it says that in order to cover up their legal activity, they changed the title to The Witch Doctor. But the producers were in the process of getting the actual version out there and apologizes to anyone who paid to see the inferior product. And I'm just giving this a 1.5, but maybe I need to see the official release because this version is just too slow, with no real meat on the bones. There's some fun, wacky performances, but they just don't save much of anything. Its significance is just a 1, since this is a completely unknown film with very little in terms of name value and no impact at all. Should you watch it? Nah, like the returning could have stayed away in the first place.
Why don't we go to bed now? Get a good John! From our road!
The last film on this block debuted in Italy on August 25th and got a US run later on in January of '85, but it's Zader, or Revenge of the Dead. The opening has an odd woman attacked outside of an old house and killed. Shortly after, a young woman named Gabriella is brought there. It seems that she has psychic powers, and they use her abilities to find a skeleton buried under the floor. And I love that they're like, well, this is all we have to go with in order to find out who she was, and it's not much, and it's literally his wallet with an ID inside, so yeah, dude, it is much. The guy's name was Zader, and they say he found something called a K-zone. We then meet a young couple in Stefano and Alessandra, and he's a writer who gets a new typewriter from a pawn shop, and when he opens up the old ribbon, there's writing on it. And guess what he does? Yep, he reads it out loud, like a dummy. Turns out that the writings are those of Mr. Zader, and talking about what K-zones are, and they're places where there is no death, and if you're buried there, you can return from the dead. Soon, he's haunted by what he thinks is people following him, and the sounds of heavy, strained breathing. His investigation eventually leads him to a big old spooky house, where dark events soon follow. And this Italian, maybe, zombie film is directed by Pupi Avati, and it's the first film he's directed here on the project, but he's been involved with some others in a writing capacity. For filming, they used an actual abandoned complex, and it's called the Colonia Varese, and is said to have been a massive holiday getaway back in the 30s. However, when World War II happened, it was converted for use into a prison and hospital for German soldiers, and was then completely abandoned and was empty. According to IMDb, it's still standing to this day. If you're expecting Italian gore that you normally get from either the giallos or the zombie flicks, you're actually not going to get it, as this is a pretty low-key and restrained film. It was meant to be released earlier in the year, but then got pushed to August and did quite well in its home country, earning it a US distribution. Here it was given the title Revenge of the Dead and was chopped down some, although the current releases out there show the full uncut film. Also, a quick point is that the ending of the film shares some odd similarities to the finale of Pet Sematary, but surprisingly predates both that film and book. And I like this well enough, it's a 3. It's really not that exciting story-wise and really drags in the middle, but it's got a great atmosphere and is pretty effective at building a mood. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's one of the more forgotten entries when it comes to Italian horror, but it did get a touch of notoriety, even without any big names attached. Should you watch it? Yes, with a Z.
Lui. Non è orrendo.
This next one debuted in France on August 31st, and it actually looks like it did have a screening in Milan on May 6th, and it's The Women's Prison Massacre. However, and this is somewhat important, it was also called Emmanuelle in Prison. It starts with what kind of feels like one of those one-woman shows that people would make fun of in theater, and one of the people speaking introduces themselves as Emmanuelle, and it's Laura Gemser, who had played the character about a dozen times before this, and I'll talk more about that in a bit. They're all in some sort of women's prison because that's what the title told us, and there's a woman named Albina and she appears to be an albino. So I'll assume that that's a nickname, or else her parents were pretty mean-spirited. Emmy has beef with the other girls, and they settle it the prison way. Arm wrestling.
Ah! Stop it! I've had enough violence!
Yeah, that back of the hand hitting the table sure was violent. Arm wrestling, the pinnacle of aggression. Like, good thing she stopped it before it spun out of control and became like thumb wrestling or something. The guards are abusive, but the warden won't do anything about it, and she tells her story, and that she was framed because she was doing a story about drug smugglers. But then there's this group of 4 death row inmates who are being transferred, and after a failed breakout attempt, they're diverted to the women's prison, but manage to get the upper hand and take it over. They then assault and attack their way through, leading up to a violent confrontation. So, this one says that it was directed by Gilbert Roussel, and this is what's confusing. IMDb has Roussel listed as co-director with Bruno Mattei, Italian ripoff King, and he has his own IMDb pages and credits and all, but promotion for the DVD release says that Roussel was simply a pseudonym that Mattei used? Wikipedia straight up only has Mattei listed as the director and doesn't refer to Roussel anywhere. So at this point, I'm not sure if he's his own person or not. To make matters more confusing, it seems like star Laura Gemser has stated outright that it was actually directed by Claudio Fragasso, who wrote the film's script and is the infamous man behind Troll 2. It looks like it's possible that Roussel was a collective pseudonym used by Mattei and Fragasso when they worked together. And it's also said to have been shot back-to-back with the earlier film Violence in a Woman's Prison, shot on the same location, with a lot of the same actors, some even playing the same parts, but unconnected storylines. And look, there was this long-running series of films known as the Emmanuelle series that were basically softcore porn, and began in 1974 and had a number of releases, and they were quite popular. So of course, Italian ripoffs. The most known of these were the Black Emmanuelle series, all starring Gemser, but nearly all of them were unrelated to each other story-wise. And I love Mattei, and I love Fragasso, but I can't give this more than a 2.5. There's some fun and bizarre moments, but not nearly as many as you're expecting, and it's just not as much fun as their usual sleaze trash. Its horror cultural significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's not really fondly remembered, or remembered at all, and only has the names of Mattei, Fragasso, and Gemser to make it stand out. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's got a handful of over-the-top stuff that's enjoyable, but overall, there's not much to it.
Take my advice and die. I'd like to bite your nipples off.
This next one is one that appeared elsewhere in 1983. It was released in Norway at an unknown date, and just sometime in September in the UK, and it didn't get a US run until the May of 1985, and it's The Alchemist. It begins back in 1871 as a woman is out in the woods and meeting up with a strange man by a fire. Her husband isn't happy about that because that's the kind of things that husbands don't really appreciate, and he's the warriors of the Lost World, Robert Ginty. In a scuffle, Anna is killed, and the man curses Aaron to remain an animal for eternity. It then jumps ahead to 1955, and we see a savage man attacking and killing a deer out in the woods, and then a woman in her house, and it turns out to be Aaron. So I guess that curse worked, and that old woman is his daughter, who was just a child in 1871. There's then a young woman driving, and she has a vision of Anna and a weird monster, then picks up a hitchhiker. But when Esther casts some sort of spell to try to trade her soul for Aaron's in order to fix his curse, for some reason it affects Lenora, and she's compelled to drive off the road and crashes. She's then drawn to Aaron's house, where he shows off his glass statues and says that it's like alchemy, I guess so they could justify that title, and things kick off when Lenora and Cam leave. Esther is killed when she trips and impales herself, and the couple is attacked by some sort of creature in the woods. They encounter more danger from demons before coming face to face with the evil Delgado, still pining for the soul of Anna. And this was from Charles Band, back in the Empire Picture days. Before he would start up Full Moon, he would head up a company called Empire, and this was the first film that they released under that umbrella. But it would expand to put out mega hits like Ghoulies, Reanimator, Troll, and a whole bunch more later on in the 80s. It was actually shot back in 1981 and was originally headed up by another unnamed director, but he was fired after 2 or 3 days of filming, and Band had to step in to finish it up. But then it just sat on a shelf until it got international distribution, and once Empire was up and running in the US, it was issued over here as well. It wasn't well received at all, and pretty soon faded into obscurity. And I can see why. I give it a 1.5 because it's super dull. This is like 20 minutes worth of movie stretched out to an hour and a half, and boy oh boy does it feel padded out. Its significance is the same since it's by Band and did get featured on some video shelves, but it's just not achieved much in the way of notoriety or recognition. Should you watch it? Easy pass. This next little number could have been featured back on June 10th, but it got a TV premiere in the US sometime in September, and it's Dance of the Dwarves. And with a title like that, I'm ready for silly. I guess it was also called Easy Flyer, which is much less enticing. Things kick off with a prison escape, and while hiding from the authorities, he's attacked by some sort of lizard creature that rips half his face off. We then meet Evelyn, played by Deborah Raffin from God Told Me To and The Sentinel, and she's an anthropologist on the search for a missing colleague. She hires an Easy Rider to fly her in his helicopter, and they head out in his dilapidated chopper, but are forced to crash land in the jungle, where she tells him that her friend was off in search of a legendary lost tribe out there. After some walking around, they take shelter with some of the locals out there, and they're warned that there's mysterious monsters out there that they refer to as the dwarfs. And that night, Harry tries to force himself on Evelyn because he's such a silly, wacky drunk. After a whole ton of wandering and a random encounter with some banditos, eventually they run into Mr. McDowell himself, the recently passed John Amos. And he warns them not to be around when the sun goes down. But of course, they are, and have to face off against the dwarfs. And spoiler, they're not real dwarfs, and also they don't dance. So what the hell, movie title? This was based on a book from 1968 with that name, and it was directed by Gus Draconis, and he had previously done horror with 1978's The Evil. But I should also point out that in the 1975, he made a movie called Super Cock. But it's not what you think, it's just a comedy about cockfighting. Chickens. And what's funny is that it used the same name of the novel, but it was also called Jungle Heat and Night of the Dwarves. But a couple of countries went with the Easy Flyer title to tie into Peter Fonda's role in Easy Rider. And I'm giving this one a 1.5 as well. It reminds me of covering all those cannibal movies from 80 and 81 and all that walking around. Nothing happens for way too long, and when stuff does happen, it's just not all that thrilling. Its significance is also a 1.5 again, since this is extremely unknown, but does have Amos, Fonda, Raffin, and some cool practical monsters. Should you watch it, you can sit this dance out. Okay, let's go traveling now, and we're going to head over to Hong Kong for a film that debuted there on September 1st. And oh no, it's Devil Fetus! It begins with an auction for an antique vase that comes to life to enchant a woman into bidding on it, and it's said to make her dreams come true. As soon as she gets it home, it starts to do some funny stuff, and I have to say, based on her lounging in bed and the shape of this thing, I thought this was going to be a different kind of movie for a second. But then, yeah, I guess it is that kind of movie because a demon appears and they do the business. Her personality starts to shift, but one day her husband walks in on her and destroys the vase, which transforms him into a maggot-faced monster, and he jumps out the window. But then it turns out that Jin is pregnant, but she's then killed. However, at her funeral, her belly grows and it just bursts open, so the priests have to use a spell to seal it up. Later, though, her family is affected when the seal is broken and things start to go strange, like when they all realize they're eating a birthday cake loaded with worms, possessed dogs, possessed dogs transferring their evil through eye lasers, and things get to the point where they seek out spiritual help. And it turns out that the devil thing's weakness is eagle's blood, which does lead to some animal harm, although it's hard to tell if it's real or not, so I guess beware of that. Then, of course, get ready for some martial arts magic and battles, and bear in mind, if you're expecting to see a bunch of attacks from a demon fetus, you're not gonna get it, because for the most part, it just possesses things and people. But this is by Hung Chun Lao, and he was mostly a cinematographer and had been working on some big films like We're Going to Eat You, but this was his directorial debut. He wouldn't do that many more films, only directing 7 in total, but continued on through the 90s in other capacities. It's pretty low budget, but I have to say there's some really over-the-top gore effects in this one that are a bit surprising and fun. It never really got an American release and mostly just circulated on the VHS bootleg market for a while, but it's recently started getting a bit more attention statewide. There was even a sequel that came out in 1984 called Devil Fetus 2: The Rape After. And this is a blast. It's a 3.5. It's just constantly throwing wild stuff at you, and the weird stream of consciousness narrative reminded me of Fulci a bit. Its HCS is just a 1 though, since it's virtually completely unknown here and only talked about in the most niche of circles. Should you watch it? Yep, adopt this fetus. A mere 1 day later, on September 2nd, back in the US, we had the general release of a film that had a handful of special screenings earlier, including one back in May of '82, but it's Mortuary. We see a guy get clubbed with a bat by his pool, and he drowns.
All right, you turkey.
That's a chicken, my man. It's David Wysocki, who we last saw in Humongous and Mazes and Monsters, and they stumble into some sort of witching ritual. But they're discovered and attacked by a man in makeup, who kills one of them.
Hey Josh, come on, quit fooling around.
Sorry, you're right. I'll focus. Greg meets up with his girlfriend, a Walton, and they go to school with Chet, because you're stewed, buttwad. But it turns out that Christy lives at the house with the pool from the beginning, and her mother is a lady that really hates bastards. Bastard! She claims that her husband's death was an accident, but Christy thinks it was murder. Meanwhile, Christopher George is too, so I also have to play this clip. And no one believes Greg's story about the occult stuff at the warehouse, and he's pretty sure Christy's mother was a part of it. And then they start to investigate what's been going on, encountering weird phenomena at home, and decide to follow around Eve and Hank, leading them to Hank's mortuary business. There, they discover that they're just trying to hold a seance to talk to the spirit of Christy's dad, and are relieved there's nothing sinister actually going on. But pretty soon, that man in the cloak is lurking around, and it's clear that something else is afoot. So this one is by Harold Avitis, and his claim to fame was handling a number of thrillers and erotic mysteries in the 70s, and even worked with a young Robert Englund in 1978 on a film called The Fifth Floor. It was given a small localized release in a number of tiny theaters in '82, but in '83 it was picked up by a larger distribution company and given a broader run. It would actually end up being a nice success, earning over $4 million at the box office, and got some more favorable than usual reviews. Sadly, it would end up being the final film released for Christopher George. Although he shot this one before he did Pieces and another action film, this would be the last one to get a release. He passed away from a heart attack just a few months later, in November. And I'm going with a 3 on this one. I like a bunch of what's happening here, and Paxton is awesome in this and seems to be having a blast. But the story's a bit all over the place, and the resolve of the story is a touch unsatisfying. Its significance is a 2.5, since it was a mild hit and was popular on the home market and has several known faces, but it's not that well known and never took off in the mainstream. Should you watch it? Yes, give this mortuary a visit.
He's got a crush on you.
Are you jealous?
Of him?
No, I feel kind of sorry for him.
On that same day, September 2nd, there was a screening in Wisconsin for a smaller film, and let's pay a visit to the Demons of Ludlow. There's a celebration in a small town, and this guy is having a hard time getting his wife to sober up enough to go, and she's gonna miss all this banjo picking, so it's her loss. The town is called Ludlow, and it's celebrating its 200th anniversary, and they're given a gift in this fancy piano. That guy from the beginning is the local preacher man, and they do a ceremonial playing of that piano, and oddly, it sounds like some sort of organ instead, like a harpsichord, and the woman's fingers are clearly not hitting the keys that are being played. When a young couple sneaks off to have sex in the barn, though, they're attacked by a glowing hand. Newswoman Deborah is on the case trying to find out more about the town's history and wants more information about that piano, and the mayor finds a way to cover up the young couple's disappearance. Turns out that the piano was in the town when it was new and belonged to the founder, and creepy stuff continues, like floating pokers, clown dolls, and things get knocked up a notch when a woman is attacked by powdered wig-wearing demons. As things continue, it's up to Deborah and the preacher to figure out what's up with that piano and how they stop it. And hey, look at that, it's another film by a notorious low-budget schlockmeister, Bill Rebane. He's already been on the project back in 1980 with Rana, Legend of Shadow Lake, but I've also covered his films in a bunch of other videos. He did The Capture of Bigfoot, Monster A Go-Go, and The Giant Spider Invasion, all of which I've had in various list videos. This one was shot in Wisconsin, where almost all of Rebane films were done, and a portion of it was filmed on the same location as the Devonsville Terror, a movie that I'll be covering in the very next episode. After getting some small theatrical screenings, mostly in Rebane's hometown, it did get a home release, and was eventually packaged in a box set of the director's works. There's not many reviews from the time that it was released and wasn't much talked about, but contemporary discussion has been somewhat favorable, calling it more evenly paced than most of Rebane's work, even if it's perhaps a little too reminiscent of The Fog. And I may be iffy with Rebane, but this is a 3.5. I had a lot of fun with it, and I liked the whole low rent vibe. Its HCS is only a 1 though, since it's never talked about and really only recently started getting some attention. Should you watch it? Yeah, stop into Ludlow and give him a visit.
It was, wasn't it, Abigail? I have tried to make you the prettiest one of them all.
1 week later, on September 9th, we're headed over to Italy for a film that screened there, although it did play at Cannes a little earlier in the year, and it's The House of the Yellow Carpet. It begins with a couple in their home, and they have a new carpet all rolled up, and it falls over, and can you guess what color that it is? They're selling it, and a strange man answers the ad to purchase it, but then just waltzes in and makes himself at home. When she presses him on why he wants to buy the carpet, he acts super creepy and claims that he killed his wife on it. He ends up kidnapping her and giving her tips on how to remove bloodstains from it, and talks about burning her body. He reveals that he was caught and confessed to the killing, and eventually talks about how yellow carpets are cursed, so like totally normal stuff, right? Things start to escalate as he holds her at knife point and starts to delve into her past while claiming that he was sent there by her husband, but she's forced to fight back. But then things go off the rails when she kills him, but right afterwards a woman shows up saying the man is her husband, and she was meant to meet him there and he's simply an actor. But then she wakes up and her husband is there, and it seems as if it's all just a dream. Or is she going crazy? Or are they trying to make her think she is? So, this little slice of weird is by Carlo Lazzani, and it's the first time he's appearing here on the project, but he had a pretty long career in Italy with crime thrillers. He was still directing up until the age of 91, and was even preparing for another film, but then committed suicide by jumping off of his own balcony. This film represented his first film after a lengthy break from directing, where he served as director of the Venice Arts team and decided to return in order to jump onto the horror trend. His goal was to make something like a classic giallo as opposed to the modern one, with this emphasizing tension as opposed to gore. And this is pretty interesting. I'm going to go with a 3. It's got this weird atmosphere of never knowing where it's going, and I like that, although I admit that it doesn't really end up somewhere as intriguing as it's indicating. Its significance is just a 1 though, since it's very forgotten and ignored, and doesn't feature much in the way of names. Should you watch it? Yeah, this carpet is worth unraveling.
Okay. Be careful, please. Oh, one moment. I'll open the door. You better lift it.
We're staying on September 9th right now and headed back to the States for a bit of anthology action with Nightmares. We begin with a police officer pulling over a young woman and then being stabbed by a mystery man. It appears to be the work of an escaped killer named William Glazier by the news, but the sentinel decides that she really needs cigarettes and goes out against her husband's wishes. She goes to the store and the clerk is Anthony James, who we saw last year in Wacko, but then runs out of gas. She has to stop at a service station and Larry is working there, but Daryl and other Daryl have the night off, and he looks like he may be Glazier. Or is he? But, like I mentioned, this is an anthology, and that's just the first story. And in the second one, we have a young gun, and he's obsessed with going to the arcade because he's a video game hustler, because I guess this movie's saying that was a thing. His little friend is Billy Jane, who is officially the little brother in every other 80s movies or something, and I guess isn't a little bro here, but might as well be. And JJ's obsession is beating a game called the Bishop of Battle, which looks vaguely like Berserk. And do you remember that song, And I'm Going Berserk Over You? It was on Pac-Man Fever. And the game is hosted by a wireframe face that talks to him, and he's the Bishop. And he says there's 13 levels, but JJ can't seem to get to the final one. Moon Unit is here, and what an awesome name that Moon Unit is. Like, there's only one of them. If you search Josh Spiegel on the internet, you'll find at least 3 other guys. Like, one is a sports DJ in Chicago, another writes about Disney movies, and I'm sure there's more, but there's literally one Moon Unit Zappa. But when JJ sneaks out at night to play the Bishop, he finds out that the real secret about what level 13 is. The third story is called The Benediction and has a farmer waking from a dream, and he's also a bishop, just not one of battle. He is a priest though, and he's had a loss of faith and renounces his position and heads off into the world. Not long after, a dark car attacks him on the road, and they proceed to have a sort of duel. See what I did there? But is the battle real or just in his head? The final segment is called Night of the Rat and has a family where the dad is Clark and the mom is Lambert, and the daughter is Savannah Smiles. And they've been hearing a rat in the walls and are having marital issues. But then it seems like their little rat problem might not be so little after all. And this little bunch of tales were all from Joseph Sargent, and he made the classic 1974 crime film, The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3, but I guess is most known for a film that he was still a few years away from making, Jaws the Revenge. This one actually began life as a pilot for a TV series that was meant for NBC. However, Universal decided it wasn't going to work, and they could just make a feature film out of it instead. It was a new and original series, although there was a story going around for a while that they were segments shot for an ABC anthology called Dark Room, but were too intense for TV, but that's turned out to not be true. The computer-generated images in the film were somewhat advanced for the time period and proved to be expensive enough that they nearly bankrupted the entire project. That budget was only around $6 million, and when the film was released, it barely made that back, although it ended up getting a fair share of cable play. And it's a 3. This is alright, but I think I liked this more when I was younger. Like, the stories are just too tame and simple morality plays, and I didn't get much into it this time around. Its significance is a 2.5 since it did get a fair amount of recognition at the time and was in a ton of video stores. Plus, it featured a decent amount of recognizable faces. Should you watch it? Sure, it's got some fun going on, so it's worth a look. This block ends with a movie that really stuck with me as a kid, and it debuted on September 16th, and it's Strange Invaders. We begin in the 50s in a quiet little suburban town, and one night it appears as if some sort of creature is on the prowl, causing bright lights to appear. It then bounces ahead 25 years, and we meet Paul Lamont, whose voice we heard earlier this year in Rock and Rule, and he's a college professor teaching entomology. His ex-wife's mother has died, so she leaves their daughter with him, but then vanishes, so he heads to her hometown to try and figure out what happened to her. When he gets there, he's immediately treated weirdly by everyone in town, and I don't even know what's happening here. But his dog also vanishes. That night, he's attacked and encounters a weird alien-looking man who shoots lightning at him. But then, we see that there's a bunch of people acting oddly, and one of them straight up peels off his face, revealing a creature underneath. But no one believes Charles's story. In fact, Nurse Ratched tells him that town doesn't even exist and was wiped out by a tornado. He goes to a tabloid to ask for help and encounters Officer Lewis, and she agrees to it, but only after an alien kills Vizzini. Together, they pair up and try to figure out exactly what the aliens are doing and what's going on in Centerville. So, this movie is sort of a sequel, but also not, and it's by Michael Laughlin. I covered him previously in 1981 with a film called Strange Behavior, and this movie was considered to be the second of a trilogy of films that started with the word strange. Behavior and Invaders were both essentially updates of 50s sci-fi flicks interpreted with a horror flair, and there was an intended third entry that never made it to the screen. This was another collaboration with writer Bill Condon, who would later go on to huge acclaim and an Oscar for Gods and Monsters. It was given a budget of around $5.5 million, but the financiers wanted some script changes, paring things back to fit the funding. They also didn't want to go with Laughlin's choice for a leading man, Michael Murphy, and suggested Mel Gibson or Powers Booth, but the director went with Lamont. Unfortunately, it was a disaster at the box office, failing to draw an audience and only earning back $1.5 million, sinking the chances for a third part of the saga. Meanwhile, later on in the film, there's appearances by Michael Lerner, and it's his portion that's why this movie stuck with me, as we see his kid being abducted by the aliens and basically crushed down into a tiny sphere that calls out for him. It freaking scarred me. And I have a soft spot for this one, but I also don't think it held up that well, so I'm going with a 3. I love how it starts, and the ending is great, but it seems a touch lost in the whole middle portion, and Lamont is a bit bland as the hero. Its significance is a 2 since it did get a touch of cable runs and popularity, but it was far from a hit and never really made a dent on the genre. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah, there's some solid practical effects on display here. This block begins on September 16th, although it did have a premiere earlier on in January, but went wide here, and it's Sweet 16. It begins with the dream sequence, and then we're at this little dive bar, and there's some racist hillbillies that get into a fight with Michael Myers, which is probably not the best idea. And yeah, this is Don Shanks, and he was Michael in Halloween 5. We also meet some local teens, and new girl in town Melissa goes home with Johnny, and her dad is pretty mad, and he's also an Avenger. After he drops her off, Johnny's killed by an unseen attacker, and then the movie makes this really weird choice of going out of its way to tell you that Melissa is only 15 years old, almost 16, and then having her have a full frontal shower scene. Johnny's friend Hank has a sister who we last saw go toe-to-toe with Jason, and a dad who's a bit wild, even without his bunch. When they find Johnny dead, Melissa lies about Jason, so they go to talk to him. Meanwhile, Melissa tries to integrate into her new school, and the killings seem to continue, with it seeming like the local elderly native is responsible, although shortly after, he's found hanged. Red herrings abound, with everyone looking towards Jason as being the most likely candidate, but it all comes to a head at Melissa's Sweet 16 birthday party. And this is a little lost slasher flick, or at least slasher adjacent, and was directed by Jim Sotos, and would end up being his most notable work, and his last horror one, since he did some comedy flicks after this. Originally, Leslie Nielsen was slated to play the role of Melissa's dad, but he had to drop out due to scheduling issues, and McNee stepped in. It's got some weird quirks, like the fact that it sort of feels like a TV movie, except for the nude scenes, which again, are all Melissa, a girl said to be 15 years old, although Elisa Shirley, the actress playing her, was 19 at the time. The other weird bit is that opening dream sequence, which has absolutely no bearing on the rest of the film, like, at all. It did get a theatrical run, although it didn't really make a splash, and the reviews weren't really kind, but it's since developed a small cult following, and even had a director's cut released on DVD. And it's decent, but not great, so I'll go with a 2.5 out of 5. It has some nice characters and is paced well, but it also feels like a touch directionless and feels like things that you've seen before. Its horror cultural significance is a 2 since it's become pretty obscure, but it does have a small following and earned a bit of attention. Should you watch it? It's probably worth a peek. We're now headed all the way over to Hong Kong for this next one, which was released there on September 28th, and it's brutal sorcery. It begins with a funeral for a man whose family requested he be buried on consecrated ground, and we flash back to his story. He was a taxi driver who finds out that his birthday means that he has a death curse because he was born on September 9th at 9 p.m., and that's 3 9s. And he's turning 27, and that's also 3 9s, and that sounds like super scientific, so it all has to be real. Later, he picks up a couple of passengers who turn out to be ghosts, which causes him to vomit up a whole bunch of spaghetti. And soon enough, he appears to be possessed by some sort of evil spirit. His family tries to exorcise whatever it is, and it's revealed to be the couple that he gave the ride to, and they're asking for him to find their bodies, dig them up, and take them back to their home in Thailand. He goes to see the woman's sister, and he just brings her a duffel bag of their skulls, like, oh, hi, nice to meet you, here's some corpses. I guess that's a turn-on for her, though, since they have a fling right after, but he is then forced to admit that he's married with a kid. Well, she's a bit bitter about that, and he returns home. So she places yet another curse on the dude. And I'm sure this movie's all like, well, he was just cursed because that whole birthday thing couldn't be avoided. But you know what? It could have. All he had to do was, I don't know, not cheat on his wife. He starts acting funny, like eating all their goldfish and then eating meat straight out of the fridge, and then I guess a live chicken. It's all just eating stuff, so not really the most brutal of sorcery. His family figure it out and once again team up to try to break it with the help of another magician. And this one is the directorial debut of Ling Pang, who would only make 3 films, and this was the only one that really had any impact. There's not really a ton of information out there about it, and was also one of the harder films to find a copy of to view, as it's not really had much of an official US release. I will point out that the ending of this one goes directly into Bizarre World, and also straight up lifts the Flash Gordon soundtrack for the music, which automatically makes it slightly more awesome. And I said slightly because I'm just giving this a 2. It's fun at times, but there's just too many long stretches of dull in between. Its significance is a 1, since it's barely even known amongst the Hong Kong horror crowd and takes concepts from existing films as opposed to breaking any new grounds. Should you watch it? You can probably pass. This sorcery is far less brutal than advertised.
You're also scared of ghosts.
Now we go back to the US and looking at a film that premiered sometime in October, going straight to video, and it's The Devonsville Terror. It starts back in the 1600s in Devonsville, a town in Massachusetts, and a couple of women are accused of witchcraft. They strap one to a torture wheel, which I'm sure is pretty awful and painful, but I'm not gonna lie, it also looks a little fun. Another one is tied to a stake and burned, and it seems like they were right about her since she curses the town. 300 years later, in the same town, one of the Bobs is here, and they refer to the incident as the Devonsville Inquisition. Looks like Walter kills his wife, though, and shortly after, there's a new arrival in town, and it's Susanna Love, and we've seen her twice this year already with Olivia and Boogeyman 2. She's the new school teacher, but there's also a town doctor, Doc Loomis, or I guess he's Dr. Worley here. Jenny settles in and meets Matthew, played by Robert Walker Jr., who was also with Love in Olivia. Meanwhile, Worley is the ancestor of the guy who did those executions all that time ago, and is cursed with worms that come out of his skin, which kinda sucks. He's trying to break that curse by finding out more about the Inquisition through hypnosis. Turns out there's a couple of other new ladies in town too, with a young environmentalist researching the water in town and a local radio DJ. But then it turns out that Jenny is more than she seems, getting revenge for Walter's wife. And it seems like the legend and curse is true. And this is yet another film from Uli Lommel, who is having a bit of a big year. Like I mentioned with Love, he also directed Olivia and The Boogeyman 2, all in '83, and all with the actress, who he was married to at the time. It was clearly a riff on the Salem witch trials, and it was filmed in Wisconsin, at the same locations that the Demons of Ludlow used. It had some issues though, since it was made for a theatrical release, and a marketing company promoted it as such, but it only ever had one showing in New York City. Although it didn't really make a splash at the time, considering it was involved in a lawsuit that claimed it was very profitable, and the production company had to state on record that the film didn't make any profit at all. Since release, it's actually earned some acclaim for political commentary and message. And I tell you what, I'm not really much of a Lommel fan, but this is pretty damn solid, so I'm going to give this one a 3.5. It has some pacing issues, but I like the characters, and the storyline is interesting. Its HCS is a 1.5 though, since it's not really much known and didn't make a splash at the time, but it gets an extra 0.5 for Lommel and Love and its modern reassessment. Should you watch it? Yes, embrace this terror. We're now going into this episode's highest profile flick, and it debuted on October 21st, right before Halloween, in both Canada and the US, and it's The Dead Zone. It has the Archangel Gabriel as a schoolteacher with an awkward haircut.
I want you to read The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. You're gonna like it. It's about a schoolteacher who gets chased by a headless demon.
I don't know. Maybe I'll wait until someone makes a movie out of it, as long as someone cool plays the Horseman. He's in a relationship with Sarah, and one night after dropping her off at home, he gets into a horrible accident and goes into a coma. 5 years later, he wakes up and his doctor is Inspector Dreyfus, and he finds out that Sarah has since married another man. Johnny soon discovers that when he touches people, he gets psychic flashes and is able to help save a little girl from a burning house. He reunites with Sarah, and word of his abilities become public, so Captain Dallas reaches out to him for help tracking down a serial killer. But then, to add more to Johnny's to-do list, besides the love issues and the hunt for a killer, he also finds out about a political candidate that wants to be senator, and it's someone that will eventually be president, but not for another 15 years or so, under the assumed name of Bartlett. This dude is pretty evil and even intimidates Barry Convex, and Johnny predicts that he'll start World War III and has to do something because he knows that even if it's obvious that someone is a clear and present danger, people will still ignore it. And yep, this is another Stephen King adaptation, our second of the year after covering Cujo a little earlier. It's based on his novel from 1979 that had that same name and was headed up by none other than David Cronenberg, his first film after doing Videodrome. It had been in gestation for a few years, and there were a few passes at the script, with one of them by King himself. That one was rejected for being involved, convoluted, and as Cronenberg called it, needlessly brutal, and said it was the worst by far of the 5 scripts that he was sent for consideration. There were a lot of revisions to the original concept of the novel, including a complete restructuring of the way that it's told, and King would later tell Cronenberg that the alterations made the story much better in the long run. One of the early considerations to play Johnny was Bill Murray, as he was who King wanted to see in the part, but that didn't happen. The budget was around $10 million and got a soft distribution, one that the director was very disappointed in. Even with the limited theaters, the positive reviews boosted the recognition of the film, and it was a modest moneymaker with around $21 million in box office tickets. Later on, the novel would get a new adaptation and a TV series that starred Anthony Michael Hall as Johnny, and it ran for several seasons. Although it would use elements from the book and the movie, it was more episodic in nature. And I enjoy this quite a bit, so it's a 3.5. It's not my favorite Cronenberg, nor my favorite King, but it's got a good mood and really nice performances. I guess my biggest complaint with it is that the story feels a bit fractured and more like 3 episodes of a show as opposed to a movie, but that's a minor quibble. Its HCS is a 4 since it's very well known, has major names involved from the horror world as well as minor ones, is a King work, and spawned a TV series. Should you watch it? Yes! Enter this zone today. This next one has 2 listed dates for release, with one showing as July 14th and the other saying October 28th, and it appears as if the latter is the more accurate, and it's The Final Terror. It begins in the woods as a motorbiking couple are attacked and killed using tops of cans, and I can attest to those suckers' sharpness. But then we've got a bunch of guys, including Joey Pants and the Zemed, and why would I call him anything other than his name? Perfect Tommy is here too, but it's not quite as perfect of a look for him, and everyone is headed out on a big camping trip. The ladies include a thorn bird and a mermaid, and everyone clashes with the crabby Egger. They get out into the woods and start their excursion, and at night they tell campfire stories, and one is about a young woman who was raped and went crazy, giving birth in the institution. Her child was taken away, but 19 years later, he returned to see her and took her out to live with him in the forest. Their partying seems to wake somebody up out there, and the next day, strange things start to occur when a couple of them are missing. But then a killer shows up and starts the stabbing. Whatever it is has a Jason shack, and the crew soon figure out that they're being hunted. But with Egger gone, they have no way back. But luckily, they're geared up for survival, and now have to match wits with whoever is in the forest waiting for them, although there's more secrets on hand here. And this is one that has a higher pedigree than you'd expect. It was an early film by Andrew Davis, and not long after this, he'd dive deep into the action world and do some Steven Seagal hits with Above the Law and Under Siege before doing the Fugitive movie and Collateral Damage with Arnie. It was actually shot back in '81 to capitalize on the success of both Halloween and Friday the 13th, and you can see a whole lot of the latter film on display here. However, it then had a bunch of trouble finding a distributor and sat on a shelf. Then, 2 years later, after Zemed and Hannah had a couple of successes, their name had star power, and the film finally found someone to release it. But they had to spice it up and add the death scenes in the intro without Davis's involvement. The reviews were middling, with people comparing it to Deliverance and Friday the 13th, and even though they really weren't all that negative, they weren't exactly favorable either. And yeah, it's okay, I give it a 2.5. It just feels like something we've seen several times already and done better, but it's still engaging enough and entertaining for its runtime. Its significance is just a 2, since it's not all that well known and is more discussed as a ripoff than an influential film, but it gets the extra point for the sheer amount of known faces in it. Should you watch it? Probably. I mean, it's not terrible. Here's one that didn't get a US release until 1984, but it was released in Canada on October 28th and then in Sweden on November 4th, and it's Spasms. There's this tribal ceremony in Micronesia, and this hunter guy is observing and sees some sort of giant force attack everyone, but they capture it in a net. Proximo is on hand, and he wants whatever is in that net, and his wife is Carrie Keene, who we saw recently in The Incubus. There's an Easy Rider here again, and we just saw him in the last episode with Dance of the Dwarfs, and Brazilian is enlisted by Kincaid for assistance. Seems that he was bitten by a snake on some sort of expedition, the same snake that killed his brother, and ever since he's developed some sort of psychic link to the thing, and has visions of its attacks. The big fella is being transported, but it looks like some sort of snake cult is also interested in it. It's headed up by the gold leader, and he's hired a private eye to help him to get his hands on it. Meanwhile, when a man tries to sneak a peek at it, he's bitten, and it causes his body to dramatically swell up and kill him. But when they deliver the snake to Brazilian's facility, they try to steal it and it breaks loose, setting everyone off in search of it. And this little number is from William Fruitt, and this is the 3rd time that he's been featured on the project. We covered him before with 1980's Funeral Home, and again in 82's Baker County, USA. This was based on a book from 1979 called Death Bite that was a Jaws knockoff, and much like The Final Terror, it was shot in 1981. However, right before shooting, they experienced a number of issues. They planned to use a real snake in the movie and set up the acquisition of a 14-foot python, but then they never shot with it. There was also trouble wrangling up funding, causing several directors to sign on and then leave when production didn't begin. But then there were issues with the effects. Originally, the ending had the inclusion of a giant animatronic snake, but had trouble shooting with it and never finished a sequence. Fruitt basically hated every scene that featured the big thing and decided to show it as little as possible, requiring several sequences to be straight up deleted from the film. In order to make up for the lost time, they padded things out by extending the flashback portions of the film to reach a theatrical length. It's also said that Oliver Reed's alcoholism was really giving him a hard time and affecting his performance, and Fonda stated that the actor was a mere caricature of his former self. It did get a limited theatrical run, but didn't really make that big of a dent, although it was quite popular on the home market. And I'll give this one a 3. It's full of fun bits, but the beginning and end are where it's all at. Like the middle of this one is a bit of a drag, but there's enough cool moments for me to enjoy. The significance is a 2.5 though, since I think it did get some recognition and was very visible on store shelves, but that was never quite that popular, but it does have enough name value in it to boost it a bit. Should you watch it? Yeah, I think it's worth a go. Now, we're going back to Hong Kong for the 2nd time in this block for a movie that debuted there on October 29th, and it's The Boxer's Omen. It starts with a boxing match, or I guess a kickboxing match. It's a rough bout, but Wing wins, although Bo doesn't take it well and attacks, which paralyzes him. Right after, there's a mob hit, which tries to take out a guy named Hung, but he's saved by Buddha? Oh, and then there's a sex scene, which features a comically long shot of boobs pressed against glass, for those that are into that sort of thing. Hung continues to have those visions, and he's also Wing's brother, and he asks him to get revenge on Bo for him. And the dude is just still fighting, so I guess there was no consequences for paralyzing a fellow fighter after the match was over? Those are some lenient rules. Hung challenges him to a match and then locates a Buddhist temple, where it's told that their former leader King Zhao went up against a group of black magic users, turning them into bats. But then troubles abound when other magicians are reviving their skeletons to try to escape, which is just like amazing. But wait, because this gets even more awesome with skulls and brains and then little evil spiders slurping up venom in order to inject it directly into King's eyes. It turns out that in a previous life, King and Hung were twins, and now it's up to him to help rescue his soul and help him to achieve immortality before his body decomposes, or else Hung will also die. Think things are insane so far? Well, how about puking up an eel that then barks? Hung begins his training, becoming a monk, which does involve leeches, but then also, whatever this is, like our villain even becomes the tall man at one point. And just when you think that things have hit their peak, you're wrong, because there's alligator skulls on the attack. This alien head thing, self-decapitations. I mean, I'm telling you, every 5 minutes of this movie is giving you something insane and fun. And I should point out, this is only half done. Hung still has a boxing match and a brother to avenge. And this movie is by Chi Hung Kwai, and this man has directed a bunch of movies in China all through the 70s. One of his films was called Bewitched, which came out in '81, and I regret not covering it in the '81 episodes. But this film is sometimes called a loose sequel to that one, although there's really nothing to connect them except thematically. And I love this. It's a 4. It loses some of its mojo in the final act, but this movie's a trip from start to finish. It's just so insanely fun, and you think you have this idea of what they're going to throw at you next, but you're wrong. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's not that well known, but it's starting to get more of a cult audience now and is drawing more attention. Should you watch it? Oh, hell yeah, this is a treasure. Our final film on the block is one that had a screening in Los Angeles on October 31st, Halloween, but never really had a theatrical run, and then went to video. And it's a Polish vampire in Burbank. It begins with a vampire waking up wearing bat PJs, and oh boy, there's some very classy dialogue.
Hey, what you be doing, my woman?
And a vampire woman is on the attack. She's teamed up with another, older vamp who can only drink through straws, and he brings back blood for Dupa, his son who he thinks is lazy and won't seek out his own victims. Seems that he had an older brother that was an idiot that Yvonne here had to train, and he was Eddie Deason, really stretching his acting here and playing, yep, that one character Eddie Deason played. However, if you listen closely, you'll notice that he sounds a touch different, but we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Oh, I can't believe my parents would ever do that.
His brother's name was Sphincter, and he was so embarrassed of his failures that he disappeared. On the prowl, Dupa meets Dolores, who happens to love vampire movies, and by the way, Dupa is Polish for butt. He doesn't bite her and instead falls for her and is visited by the spirit of Sphincter, now a skeleton, who wants to give him advice and help him along. Dupa then continues to try to woo Dolores, but then there's a really bizarre bit with a man in a tuxedo in a hot tub, and I'll get back to that too. He also encounters a young guy who has his own problems because every month at the full moon he doesn't turn into a werewolf, he becomes a queer wolf, which I'm sure was just a hilarious top shelf joke in 1983. He then continues his relationship while trying not to tell her he's a vampire and also win the favor of his father. And there's a bunch to talk about here. This was a movie by indie filmmaker Mark Pirro. It was only his second feature film, with his first being a James Bond spoof called The Spy Who Did It Better. The guy in the hot tub was actually the main character from that film, making a minor cameo, which can be pretty confusing if you've not seen that one. This was made for an incredibly low budget, said to be around $2,500, which was achieved by shooting the film on Super 8, a very low-grade film stock that was cheap, and most of the cast and crew worked for free. Also, since Super 8 and Sync Sound don't mesh that well, all of the audio had to be done in post-production and be dubbed over. Originally, Deason was meant to play Dupa and agreed to do it for free as a favor, but then, after a couple of days of shooting, left. Piero then had to do a little reworking of the script and turned what they had filmed with him into flashbacks, and then introduced his skeleton form to keep the character in the movie. But, since he wasn't around anymore for the post-production, Piero had to do all of Deason's dialogue dubbing himself with an imitation of the actor's voice. But then, it was an unlikely success. The director sold the film for $40,000 to a distribution company and went on to be a big hit on video, bringing in around $500,000 in rentals. It then spawned a sequel, or I guess more of a spin-off, with Curse of the Queerwolf, based on the minor character here. And there's some charm here, but it's not great. I'll give it a 3. Like, there's a certain cheap vibe going on here and a fair amount of creativity to admire, even if some of the jokes fall flat, and others did not age well at all. Its HCS is a 2, since it did get a bunch of attention at the time and was heavily featured on video shelves and on cable shows, but never got that much recognition beyond it. Should you watch it? I mean, if you're into super low budget, silly vamp flicks, I mean, it's worth it.
That's a shoe like.
We begin this block over in the UK with a film that debuted there sometime in November, going straight to video, and it's called Scarab. It begins with a guy in a mad scientist lab, and he's doing some sort of experiment with a scarab beetle that looks like a cross between science and magic, and it seems like it works. For some reason then, this wealthy politician kills himself via fencing sword. The warrior of the lost world is here, and he's a reporter who's always getting himself into trouble. But then, Zed is here as well, and he's some sort of robed scarab worshipper, and members of the cult are going out and rubbing their little beetles, causing people to commit violence. Murphy starts to figure out that something weird is going on, and meanwhile, Capera's cult is pretty much just all half-naked dancing women. But oops, one of them is randomly turned into a pig woman. Murphy continues on the case, narrowly avoiding death several times, and I'm sorry, man, how loud do you have those headphones that you don't hear a freaking explosion behind you? And how is no one on the street reacting to the fact that something blew up a block away? Capera's plans start to come to fruition, which I guess include him painting the back of his head like a penguin. And Murphy teams up with a nun who somehow is connected to it all to solve the secret of the scarab. And I realized that plot recap sounded pretty straightforward, but this is a weirdly random and nonsensical film. Well, this one was directed and co-written by Stephen Charles Jaffe, and he's mostly known as a producer, and is involved in some big things like Motel Hell, Near Dark, and Star Trek VI. He only directed 4 things, and this was his first, and is his only narrative feature film, with the other projects being shorts and a documentary. I suppose in a roundabout way it could be described as an Indiana Jones knockoff, but what's weirdest about this movie is just how little information that there is about it. I have never heard of this one before this, and there's no Wikipedia entry for it, and the IMDb page is remarkably bare. So there's no way to find out exactly how well it did or where it was even distributed. So the behind the scenes appears to be as much of a mystery as what the hell is going on in this movie. And this is a 2. There's a handful of great moments, but unfortunately there's just a whole lot of nothing in between them. The stream of consciousness nature of everything could be fun if it weren't so sluggish. Its horticultural significance is a 1.5, since no one has heard of this and it's nearly completely lost to time, but it gets the 0.5 for the handful of recognizable actors in it. Should you watch it? Likely not. It's not without its charms, but they're not strong enough for me to say that you should seek this out. We'll go back to the US now for this next one, and it also doesn't have a confirmed date outside of just being known to have been released in November, and it's Please Don't Eat the Babies, which also had a far less fun title of Island Fury. It starts in Chinatown in Los Angeles as two women browse around, but there's a couple of creepers following them that eventually start to chase them. Of course, being chased, the women do the obvious thing: run away from the crowded public places and go into a narrow alleyway. They do end up in a public area though, but no one really does much and they're eventually caught. It seems that their abduction wasn't random, as the thugs are very interested in a coin around Sugar's neck, because the women's name are Sugar and Bobby Lee. They tell them that when they were younger, they went on a trip at sea with their older siblings and eventually stop over at a remote island. There's an old man and a little kid there, along with an old woman at their house, as well as some other family, but it seems like they've got some dark intentions. They damage the kids' boat, trapping them there, and they start to whittle their crew down, but things are complicated by an earthquake. Then, they have to try to stay alive.
Now you listen to me! This cannot get any worse unless you and me die.
Nice pep talk? But even if Sugar and Bobby Lee survive in the past, which, spoiler alert, they kind of have to, they also have to deal with those thugs in the present as well. Okay, and here's what we can figure out with this one, because it's hard to figure out how to place this. If you're watching the present day stuff and saying, this looks more 80s than the other movies from this era, that's because it's a separate movie. All of the stuff from the past was shot in late 82 and early 83 and was given a really limited release in the November of 83. But then didn't have enough money for anything wider, and the film was too short, and then promptly shelved, not to be seen again. Later, in 1988, producer Marty Rustam found the footage and decided to do something with it. They shot the scenes in the present day and bookended with the new actresses playing older versions of the girls and retitled it to Island Fury. Now, there's dispute here. Some say that it was just never finished and the only release it got was '89 as Island Fury, but there's also accounts of some sort of screening as well as a video release in Japan as Please Don't Eat the Babies, so it seemed best to place it here as opposed to the 1989 editions. And this is, okay, I'll go 2.5 with it. It's just so bizarre and disjointed because of the split storylines, but even the past stuff doesn't make all that much sense and throws about 6 plots at you. Its significance is just a 1 though, since it's completely obscured and not spoken of, and there's no one involved here that you've heard of. Should you watch it? Perhaps. It's just strange enough as a curiosity, even if it's not the most rewarding one.
Oh God, what the hell was that? I told you somebody was here, Repo! I told you somebody was here!
So this one did play at cons in May of '83, but it had an American debut on November 3rd, and it's about the 18th version of The Hound of the Baskervilles. I've watched so many versions of this by this point that I feel like I should just do a video where I just compare and contrast them. We meet Sir Charles Baskerville, and he's attacked by some sort of devil dog, which kills him. We meet this version of Holmes and Watson, and it's Mr. Book. And how the hell have I never talked about Dark City on this channel? I need to find a way to do that. They're contacted by Marcus Brody, who tells them of the death of Basker, and also goes into the backstory of the Curse of the Hound, and that the family has had a number of members die to the legend. Mortimer asks Sherlock to help him get to the bottom of what's going on and protect Henry Baskerville, the latest heir in the line.
The game's afoot, Watson.
Oh hey, he said it. They head up to the castle, and we meet a character named Lyons that was not in the original story, and it's Prince Volton himself. It follows that basic plot of the book for the most part, with a handful of changes, but if you're familiar with the book, this is pretty much that story. And this one is British and was made for television and first aired on HBO. It was a team-up between an American production company and a British producer, and the intent was to make 6 films that adapted various Holmes stories. This one was handled by Douglas Hickox, director of the classic Vincent Price revenge flick Theater of Blood. However, only 2 were made, although a third would eventually happen in 1990 with a different cast. It seems that at this same time there was another Sherlock series going into production that featured Jeremy Brett as Holmes, and that one was a bigger smash and ended up running for 41 episodes, essentially making this series superfluous. Producer Cy Weintraub was pretty upset about this since he had paid quite a bit for the rights to do the story, but wasn't informed that this other company had also been given permission to do their series, so he decided to sue over it. He was successful, and the case was found in his favor, and he abandoned further plans to do more of the stories. And I know that this isn't my favorite Holmes story, but this is still a good interpretation, so I'll give it a 3. I know I'm partial to the Hammer version and the Rathbone one, but I like a lot of what this one was doing, even if it doesn't feel all that fresh. Its significance is a 2.5 since it's a famous tale and has a roster of known stars, but it's not one of the more talked about versions of the story and is often ignored in favor of its more notable brethren. Should you watch it? Yes, it's still a cool tale, and that's Elementary.
I know that tune.
Yes, well, it does sound better on the violin, Watson.
We now jump ahead a mere 1 day to November 4th, and we're going to go back into the woods with a little guy called The Prey. It starts with a massive wildfire and then shifts to a couple camping in the woods, and they're attacked and killed by a madman with an axe. We then meet a group of young folk headed up in a trip in a van, and I know that this is a pretty unscientific study, but I'm actually stating that at least 1 in 4 horror films from the 80s had a character in a generic sports-style shirt with a number on it like this. The local ranger tells them that the section of woods that they're heading into is remote, and they head out doing a lot of walking, but eventually settling in for the night. I guess they want us to know how much wildlife is around because there's shots of centipedes, spiders, snakes, owls, ants, all eating each other. Of course, since it's people camping in the woods, they tell spooky stories around a campfire, all the while it seems like they're being watched. That night, one of the couples goes off alone together and are both murdered. And that ranger, by the way, is the OG Captain Marvel, or I guess Shazam. There was a short-lived show in the 70s and he was the original star, but then had an injury on set and couldn't film. And they fired him and replaced him and told everyone that he was holding out for more money, which damaged his reputation. He sued over it, and they were forced to pay him out for the remainder of his contract, but the damage was already done, and his career slowed down dramatically. The next day, when the crew realizes that their friends are missing, they figure that they went back on their own and keep on going, which is probably not the brightest move, but this is a horror movie, so of course. Another ranger is Uncle Fester, and they figure out that those campers from the beginning are missing, and he tells them about that fire from the intro and a family of drifters that were killed in it. But their young boy saw it all and lived, being horribly burned, and went off on his own. And yep, it seems like he's still out there, killing people, unless something else is going on. And clearly, this is a bit of a riff on the Friday the 13th thing going on here, mixed with a bit of The Hills Have Eyes. It was directed by Edwin Brown and was one of his only mainstream films, as the rest of his filmography is mostly in the adult industry, where he's won multiple AVN awards. It said that a good portion of the dialogue was not in the screenplay and was improvised by the actors. Of those actors, it would serve as the final film for Jackie Coogan, who died just 1 year later, but it was also an early role for Carol Strucken, most known as Lurch from the Addams Family reboot films. The budget was a meager $150K and did okay, even if reviews were not great. Generally called the film cliched and tiresome, offering not much new in the way of slasher films. And I'll agree with that and give it a 2.5. And if it weren't for a cool finale, it'd be a 2. It takes forever for things to get going and just kind of drags and drags. Once things kick off, it's more interesting, but there's only like 15 minutes left at that point. But let me tell you, that ending is bleak as hell. It doesn't really fit the tone of the rest of the film. Its HCS is just a 1.5 since it's a lesser known slasher knockoff, but had Coogan's last role and Strucken in there. Should you watch it? Maybe if you're all about every woodsy slasher flick, but you can skip it pretty easily. Well, here's the big one, because a little while later, on November 18th, we get one of the more notable releases with Sleepaway Camp. It begins with a dad and his 2 kids out on a little boat, and you know what? It's all Marianne's fault. If this jerk would have just not insisted on driving a boat that she didn't really know how to, this whole movie could have been avoided. So, Marianne, you're the true villain. So she crashes the boat into a family, killing some of them. It then jumps 8 years, and horror's greatest character, Martha, has taken Angela in after surviving the wreck. And this lady's amazing, and I like to pretend like she has a magnet in her chin and her fingers are made of metal. Plus, that beret. Her and her cousin Ricky are headed off to Camp Arawak, and it's run by Mel, played by Mike Kellen. And this would be his final film, as he passed away a few months before it was released. One of the counselors is Ronnie, and this man knows how to short. Like, this is a bold statement. The cook is a creeper, and I love that Ronnie is supposed to be the nice and sensitive guy helping out the awkward, shy girl, but he's like, oh, you don't really talk much? Here, come and meet the Camp Pedo. Later on, he's attacked in a way that appears to be pretty avoidable. Like I don't get why this guy isn't able to right himself, but he's then horribly burned. They decide to cover it up in order to keep the camp running, leading to a game of baseball.
Eat shit and die, Ricky!
Eat shit and live, Bill.
And an assortment of camp shenanigans as Angela starts to come out of her shell. But then the killings continue with death by bee, dream sequences, and infamously a hot curling iron placed in a spot that curling irons were not meant to go. This one was written and directed by Robert Hiltzik, and unbelievably, this was his first feature film, and he'd only make one more after this, and I'll talk about that shortly. It was done on a low budget of $350,000 and has a cast that was a bit younger than some of the other slasher flicks. In fact, Felissa Rose, who plays Angela, was only 13 at the time. It was clearly done in the wave of Friday the 13th clones, given its slasher vibe and summer camp setting, and when it was released, this was pointed out by practically every review. That didn't hold it back though, since it went on to earn $11 million at the box office, marking it as a solid hit. And no one could stop talking about that shocking ending, which I'm not going to spoil here in case you haven't seen it. It was so popular that a sequel was inevitable, and there would be several. Sleepaway Camp 2 followed in 1988, and Part 3 came out 1 year later in 1989. And a half-finished Part 4 was eventually released with a large number of flashbacks to the other films. Finally, Hiltzik decided to return to the franchise, making his own sequel called Return to Sleepaway Camp that ignored the other sequels and was a direct continuation of the original film. Because of some of the themes brought up in the film, it's become a topic of discussion in modern times and remains one that is burned into fans' minds thanks to that final image. And how do you not love this one? I give it a 4. This one's a blast. Like, sure, it's derivative and we've seen all this before, but it's being done in a great way and it's really standing out with its characters. Its significance is the same, since it's now one of the most known slasher flicks, spawned a franchise, remains highly talked about, but it's still kinda niche and cult and isn't quite the mainstream success like some others. Should you watch it? Yes, and don't forget to wear your tiny shorts and half shirt.
Oh, no, I'm afraid that they wouldn't approve of that at all.
even though they know that I am a doctor.
So this one is interesting because it could have been included back in the 1981 project, since it had a screening in May 8th, 1981 in Tucson, but its main release was November of 83, and it's The Being. We're in a small town in Idaho, and this guy is on the run from something, and just when it looks like he's getting away, it attacks and rips his entire head off. Seems like there's been a couple of instances like this, and there's this slimy substance left behind. The next victims are a couple making out at a drive-in theater, and man, do I miss drive-ins. I know that there's still some around, but they just play the same old movies, not fun B stuff. And the local policeman is in on the case, and I have to talk about this guy a second. This is Bill Osco. He's the film's producer, but most of what he had done before this was producing work and not acting, and most of the films he produced were adult. One of those was the infamous Alice in Wonderland, an X-rated musical fantasy with soon-to-be mainstream actress Christine DeBelle. That film was meant to be a softcore film, and it was shot that way, but after it was done, Osco decided to add hardcore scenes and convinced DeBelle that the film drastically needed a blowjob scene, and stepped in to play the stunt penis. Meanwhile, in this film, there's a bit where Lutz has to escape the attacker and dashes in front of a train. Now, I can't say for certain, but given the budget and restriction of a film like this, I think that they just had him do it for real. Ruth Buzzy makes an appearance, and it's Easter time, and the mayor wants to cover it up, and he's Jose Ferrer, who we haven't seen since 81's Bloody Birthday. He hires Bela Lugosi to figure out what's going on, although you'll be wondering that yourself by the time it gets to the wacky dream sequence. So I know I mentioned that Osco was the producer and actor, but it was written and directed by Jackie Kong, and was her directorial debut. She was married to Osco at the time and had just graduated college, and he signed her up to handle this film, giving a $4.5 million budget. It was shot all the way back in 80 and was intended to be released on Easter weekend in 81 under the title Easter Sunday, but then it hit a snag when no one would distribute it. Eventually, in 83, it was picked up and given the new title, The Being, but it ended up being a bust both with critics and audiences. After this, though, Kong would bounce back and make the silly comedy Night Patrol and cult classic Blood Diner. And yeah, it's fine. It's a 2.5. It's mostly pretty dull, but the monster stuff is pretty great, and it does have an odd sensibility, but nothing compared to what we'd see in Kong's other films. Plus, Osco is a total drag in the lead. Its significance is a 2 since it got a touch more recognition and was on a bunch of video store shelves, but is still rather obscure and neglected. Should you watch it? Probably not, although the creature is kinda cool, so maybe?
It's all in your mind, boy.
Here we go with another big one, because on that same day, November 18th, we're going back to Long Island with Amityville 3D. We're back at that old house, and I feel the need to mention this. You all know the look of the house and can picture it in your head, but did you realize that you're thinking of the side of the house? The front of it, with the front door, is pretty much unknown, and you're just looking at the side. Tony Roberts is on hand, and he's visiting the house while a psychic is there doing a seance, but then it's a scam, and Stephen Kaplan reveals the Warrens to be the charlatans that they are. Or, sorry, fictional character John Baxter reveals this fictional husband and wife team to be the charlatans that they are. But then, the real estate agent responsible for the place convinces him to buy it, so he tells his family. His daughter is Aunt Becky, and it turns out that her good friend is Sally. The house starts attacking right away, using flies of course, and John's partner finds some disturbing things in her pictures and starts to wonder if the house is as haunted as they claim. The house shows a bit more strength here since it's able to control an elevator that John is on across town, but it also decides to mess with Melanie a bit as she starts to uncover its mysteries, leading to an explosive finale that would change the entire franchise, such as it is. So we've already discussed Amityville 2, and this was the next chapter in the sprawling and strange saga. This one was directed by Richard Fleischer, the director of The Jazz Singer and Soylent Green, so clearly a perfect fit for a haunted house story, right? I haven't mentioned it yet, but there's things pointed at the camera here, and that's because it was a 3D release. It's the first of the franchise to be an original story and not based on one of the Amityville books, and like I mentioned earlier, is a riff on the real-life investigator Stephen Kaplan. He was a paranormal investigator who is more about exposing the fraudulent ones out there than proving that ghosts are real. What's funny is that they technically didn't call this a sequel. You see, it's not Amityville 3 in 3D. It's Amityville in 3D. Like, the poster even had a thing at the bottom saying it was not a sequel to the Amityville Horror, or Amityville 2. So this was supposed to be the first film of a completely different franchise or story unrelated to those ones. It had a budget of $6 million, but then it was a big flop at the theater, only earning back $6 million, breaking even but not covering marketing costs and etc. Then they screwed up when they released it on DVD when they put it out as Amityville 3D but only had the 2D version on there and didn't mark it as such, so people that bought it were quite upset. Anyway, the failure to ticket booth doomed the franchise, ensuring that any further entries would go straight to video, and 57 movies later, that's where it remains. And I'll give this a 3. It's kind of fun, but wow does the first 3/4 drag. If it had the momentum of the ending all through the film, it would really be something, but instead, it's just okay. Its significance is a 3.5 since it's a part of a major franchise, one that got a lot of screen time on cable and store shelves, and rode that 3D wave of the era. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah, it's amusing enough for a single watch, even if it's not one that you'll want to revisit frequently.
Do you know you could have sex with a ghost?
This next one had a premiere back on September 30th, but it went wide on November 23rd, and it's one that I kind of can't wait to talk about, and it's of unknown origin. We meet a family living in New York in a fancy brownstone, and it's Buckaroo Banzai, and his wife has to deal with Gene Simmons all the time, which is not a great situation to be in, and she takes her kid on a trip to see her dad, but Bart stays behind to do work. He gets assigned a pretty big project and gets to work, but that night he hears a bunch of noise, finds a leak in his dishwasher, and the super tells him that it's likely the work of a rat. He finds more traces of it, like hairs in his food, so he places traps all over the place. And not just any traps. These are basically bear traps. Like this is like if Jigsaw wanted to play a game with a rat. Bart starts to become obsessed with the guy, doing research into rat bites and plagues and all kinds of spooky stuff, and it starts to hinder his work. One of his co-workers might arrest Vinny's cousin, and he goes further and further down the rabbit hole, trying out poisons and tactics to take it out. And the rat seems to be very aware of what it's doing, toying with him. But then, when Bart discovers that it has a bunch of babies there, he's attacked and accidentally kills them, which sets off a full-on war with the little critter. And cake-filled dream sequences, leading to a smashing face-off between the man and the Verman. So, this one was by George P. Cosmatos, and this was a very short time before he'd become a big deal. His next film after this one would be Rambo, First Blood Part 2, and he'd also do Cobra, and then would team back up with Peter Weller for Leviathan. Fun fact, his son is Panos Cosmatos, the director of Mandy and Beyond the Black Rainbow, so the industry runs in the family, even if their styles are insanely different. This film is based on a novel from 1979 called The Visitor by Chauncey Parker, and was a co-production between Canada and the US. Even though it's set in New York, it was mostly filmed in Montreal, although some of the exteriors were done in Manhattan for authenticity. The budget was $4 million Canadian, and most of the cast had to be from Canada for tax purposes, and it was Weller's first lead role in a film, and was also actually Shannon Tweed's acting debut. She was cast a short time after being crowned the Playboy Playmate of the Year. Most of the reviews were good, with a number calling out Weller's performance as Bart, and he even won Best Actor that year at the Paris International Festival of Fantastic and Science Fiction Film for it. Unfortunately, it was only given a limited release and only earned around $1 million, but then it moved on to cable runs, where it did quite well. And I love this sucker. I give this a 4. It's just really good. Like the build-up of this rivalry between man and animal is awesome, and Robo plays it so well. I watched this a whole bunch back in the day and loved it, and it still holds up. Its significance is a 2.5 since there's a handful of names in it and did get some notoriety back in the day, with Stephen King calling it one of his favorite films, but it's still very low-key and niche. Should you watch it? Yes, although don't be surprised if you find yourself rooting for the rat. Like, lady just wanted the place to hang out and have her babies. One day later, on November 25th, our final film of the block was released in Spain, and let's check out The Beast and the Magic Sword. This begins in the year 938, where we're told about a soldier with the last name of Daninsky, and he's assigned to assassinate a Mongol warlord, and he takes him out in a duel, which pisses off his lover, a witch. She approaches Daninsky's wife, saying that their family line will now be cursed, and centuries pass. The current Daninsky, Waldemar, is here, and when you say the name Waldemar Daninsky, you ought to know that that means some werewolf stuff is coming, but I guess we'll get to that. He's also Paul Nashi again, and we'll also talk about him. He seeks help from a local rabbi to find a cure for the curse, but he's killed by the local anti-Semites, and maybe the mentors? Who can tell? Before dying, he tells him to go to Japan and find a guy named Kian, so he does. While there, he woofs out, attacking the locals in this fashionably silky black shirt, making sure to tear women's clothes off before killing them. Kian witnesses it all and discovers that Daninsky is the lycanthrope and decides that he's going to help him out. But that guy has troubles of his own, as plenty of people are trying to kill him. But that's not all, because there's also this evil witch that wants Daninsky for her own purposes. I guess that's one of those purposes, is having him fight a tiger? But Kian tells the tale of a magic sword that has the power of the cure. But will he get there in time to help out and defeat the witch and save or kill Daninsky? Once again, with Nashi in the lead role, you can be assured that he also wrote and directed this, even if he used the pseudonym of Jacinto Molina for the directing. It's the 10th film in the Daninsky werewolf saga, and we covered the 9th entry back in the 80s project with Night of the Werewolf. It's not connected to that one, and most of the Hombre Lobo series were unconnected, just different stories that all feature a werewolf named Waldemar Daninsky. This one was actually shot in Japan, and he considered it to be his best work, but for some reason it was never released anywhere outside of Spain, even though it was intended for release in Japan. Oh, and in case you were wondering, that actually is Nashi himself wrestling with that tiger. He actually did it, but they overfed the kitty before shooting, so it would have no interest in eating him and just be playful. It would end up being the last of the Hombre Lobo flicks for a while, since the next entry didn't occur until 1991. And I'm going with a 3 here. It's the most polished of the Daninsky films that I've seen, and I like the mix of Spanish and Japanese vibes, but it drags a bit in between the fun stuff, and some of the tones don't match up that well. Its HCS is a 1.5 since it's part of the Hombre Lobo series, but one of the least recognized of them, and didn't even get a release here until somewhat recently. Should you watch it? Yeah, I mean, I would take this beast for a walk. We're starting this block off in a weird way because I'm breaking the rules with things, and on December 2nd there was the TV premiere of Thriller. Yes, Michael Jackson's Thriller. It's not just a music video, it's a short film, and it's important to realize that Michael does not endorse the occult. It has Michael in it, and he's with his girl, and I guess it's the 50s, and they walk around, and Michael says he's not like other guys, and Mike, like, duh. But then he transforms into a werewolf, and it's pretty spectacular with this transformation, and the ensuing wolf is pretty great and seems to just hate trees, like F this tree in particular. Turns out that this is all just a movie though, and Michael and his girlfriend are actually just watching it, and hey, it's the popcorn meme. I'm not totally sure I get it though, because like, was it also supposed to be Michael and Ola on the screen? Were they watching their own movie? If so, why was she so scared? Didn't she make the movie? Or are they just two characters and aren't like, wow, that's weird, those people in the movie look just like us? It then goes into the music video portion of it all as they dance down the street, passing a graveyard, as that wonderful Vincent Price spoken word part kicks in and zombies rise to come after them. But oh no, Mike's actually one of them. And they do the dance. You know the dance. Everyone knows the dance. And this is one of the most known music videos of all time, and it's probably the only one that I'll cover on the project. But it's crazy just how big this thing was. The song was from Jackson's album called Thriller that had been out for a while, and this song was considered a novelty song, and they didn't intend to release it, but his manager suggested doing it. They contacted John Landis, and he was intrigued by the idea because it didn't have any helicopters in it. It was given a budget of $900,000, the highest of any music video so far, and they brought in American Werewolf's Rick Baker to do the effects. In case you're wondering what the deal with that text in the intro is, it's because Michael was, at the time, a Jehovah's Witness, and the organization leaders said that it was promoting demonology and threatened to excommunicate him. After a standoff, they eventually decided on putting up that disclaimer to make it very clear that Michael himself wasn't all about that evil, evil horror stuff. It had a huge debut, and even though the record had been out for over a year, the video shot it back up into #1, and it became the best-selling album of all time. Since then, it's taken on a huge acclaim, often called a mini-movie, and it's said that it's completely altered how people viewed music videos. It's frequently called the best video of all time, and the red jacket that Michael wore is instantly recognizable. And I don't know, how do I rate this? I mean, I guess it's a 4. As a music video, it's awesome and wonderful and totally iconic. In terms of an actual film or short film, it's lacking a bit since it's more in favor of the music than it is in telling a story, so I can't really give it the top scores. It's HCS. I have to give it a 4.5 though, because everyone knows this song, this video, and it had a major impact on both the music world and also horror. Should you watch it? Yep, and do the dance. You know you want to. Okay, back in the world of actual movies, but on that exact same day, December 2nd, there was a much less known entry with scalps. It begins with this guy headed out into the mountains and, whatever this thing is supposed to be. He finds this cave and something takes control of his hand, so he stabs himself. And then we meet Professor Macon, and you won't recognize him, but this is none other than Kirk Allen, most known for being Superman in the 1948 serial. There's also a quick cameo from Forrest J. Ackerman, and then Carol Borland, who we haven't seen since the 30s project where she played Bela Lugosi's daughter in Mark of the Vampire. A bunch of students are all headed off on a school field trip with the doc, including Shy DJ, but he's actually not going. I'm assuming because they could only pay Alan to be there for one day. On the way there, their car overheats, so they have to make a stop, where a local native warns them that they need to stay away from an area called Black Trees. They eventually make it to the spot where they plan to dig for artifacts and set up camp, and sure enough, go right to the Black Trees. DJ senses something is off and tries to get them to leave, but they find some trinkets and wake something sinister up. And then something starts to attack, and it's that lion-faced guy again. And then they hear a strange chanting. When Randy starts acting suspiciously, they reconsider that legend of Black Claw, especially when he starts to transform and attack and collect him some of those scalps from the title. So, what's the deal with this one? Well, it's the second entry on the project from Schlockmeister Fred Olen Ray. We saw him back in 1980 with the Backyard Alien Dead, and then we'll see him many, many more times as we go through the 80s. This was only his third work and was done on an incredibly low budget of only $15,000 and was his first film to get a theatrical release. But there was an issue with the distributor. It seems that after Ray turned in his cut of the film, they went in and re-edited the whole thing. They rearranged some scenes and had some appearances by Black Claw before his resurrection, which makes no sense, and then cut in several bits of the Lionhead thing, which Ray says was only supposed to be seen for a really quick flash, and it was mostly shot for test footage. The movie was more successful than anyone expected, although there's no box office figures available. It would run on cable and had a big presence on video store shelves, and soon took on a notoriety for being a pretty silly low-budget entry. One interesting note is that the end of the film promises a sequel called Scalps 2, The Return of DJ, and says it's coming next summer, but that never happens, and Ray said that he never actually intended to make it, as he would often end his movies with joke sequel teases. And I'll give this a 2.5. It's pretty terrible, but often in a fun way, but it's doing enough good stuff that it keeps your attention, even if it never feels all that competent or interesting. Its horror cultural significance is just a 2 though, because it did get some notoriety back in the day, but it's still pretty unknown and doesn't have many known entities involved. Should you watch it? If you like super cheap silly horror, give it a shot, but it's definitely not great. One week later, on December 9th, we got what is likely our highest profile release for this block with the arrival of Christine. It begins in 1957 on an auto assembly line as a wave of cars come out to the tune of Bad to the Bone. One of them is a whole lot redder than the others, and it accidentally crushes a man's hand in the hood. Maybe accidentally, who knows. After that, a random man climbs in to have a smoke, and way to ruin that new car smell, man. Later though, the man is found dead in the seat, and then it jumps ahead to 1978 to a street that I can literally walk to right now. We meet Cougar and his geeky friend, Arnie, and I mentioned this before, but Keith Gordon put acting on the back burner to focus on directing and has worked on practically every major critically acclaimed show out there. There's a new student, and she's a lifeguard. And I should point out that this was Alexandra Paul's first big role. She was in a low-budget horror flick called American Nightmare before this, but it was basically to show up and get killed. So this was her first role of consequence. Arnie is picked on by a group of bullies led by Buddy Repperton, played by William Ostrander, who we saw twice in this year, but over on the Sci-Fi Project. The jerks get into trouble, and on the way home, they spot that car from the intro for sale on the side of the road. Arnie is instantly enamored and is told her name is Christine, so he buys her for $250. Because his parents won't approve, he has to store the car at the junkyard down the road, and he starts to fix her up. As he does so, his look and his attitude start to change, and he even starts dating Lee. But then, all hell breaks loose when the bullies find out where he's storing Christine, but decide to destroy her. But when the car is able to fix itself, it's time to get revenge. And yes, this is based on the hit Stephen King novel with the same name, which also came out in 1983. In fact, the book arrived on the shelves only 8 months earlier than the movie, and the film was being shot while on the novel's release date. Richard Kobritz, who had produced the adaptation of Salem's Lot back in '79, had become friendly with King and wanted to work with him again, so King sent over some manuscripts for things that he was working on, and this was included. They tapped Carpenter to direct, and at first he wasn't available because he was meant to do Firestarter, but that was delayed, and then another film called The Ninja, but that got pushed as well, so he became free to do it. Carpenter wasn't excited about it though, and only took the film as a paycheck as opposed to something that he was invested in. The budget was $10 million, and a full 15% of that was said to go to the cars themselves. It said that they used a total of 23 to make the film, and when they were all done filming, only 2 remained undestroyed. Minor little detail is that the car used is a 58 Plymouth Fury, but is described in the film's marketing as a 57 Fury. The reviews were pretty strong, and even Roger Ebert was talking nice about it, even though that guy dragged horror films. And King wasn't a big fan of it though, and even though he didn't slam it at the time, later called it out along with The Shining and said that both of them bored him. It did okay at the box office, but debuted in a busy weekend up against the Clint Eastwood Dirty Harry flicks Sudden Impact and Scarface in their debuts, so it landed at number 4. It would still do pretty well, earning around $20 million overall, but was then a big hit on the home market and on cable, and has taken on a big cult classic status. There was a remake proposed a couple of years back with Brian Fuller of Hannibal slated to write it. However, that was in 2021 and no one has spoken about it since then, so the project appears dead. And even though the idea of a remake doesn't sound awesome, I kinda wanted to see what Fuller would do with it. And I'm giving this a 4. Like, I know that people have criticisms of this one, and I get those, but I also love it. I think it's a tight story with some great characters, and that car is awesome. Plus, that Carpenter score just makes everything feel cooler. Its HCS is a 3.5 because it's a minor hit and has only grown over the years, but it's not like it made a huge dent in the industry and had people copying it. Plus, it never entered the cultural mainstream and became a major player like some other King works have. Should you watch it? Hell yeah! Grab the keys and take Christine for a spin.
Show me.
I debated whether to put this next one in horror or sci-fi, but I ended up with it here. And on December 13th, in France, there was the release of Extraterrestrial Visitors. It's got this big rock soaring towards Earth, and a trio of poachers are out in the woods, and that meteor comes down as little Tommy watches through his telescope. The poachers see the crash and find this big cave and go in, finding a whole bunch of eggs. Now, in a rather smart decision, unlike a certain dude named Kane, this guy just straight up starts smashing the eggs because he's not in the mood to deep throat a tentacle, but something else is there and kills him instead. We're then introduced to a rock band, or at least a guy and 3 singers, and Rick is a bit of an asshole, and they decide to take a weekend trip up into the mountains. While they're up there, they run into the poachers, and then the alien, and then have to take shelter in the home of Tommy's mom and uncle. But Tommy's already gone out to the cave and brought an egg back with him, and it hatches. When we finally get a look at the alien thing, it looks like,
Looks like a cross between a pig and a bear.
Accurate. Meanwhile, the little thing grows fast, and Tommy calls it Trumpy, and the very next day, it's human-sized. In a scene that's oddly familiar, he then feeds it, but not pieces of Reese's, and instead it's Planters peanuts. And get ready for silly shenanigans as Tommy and Trumpy bond, with puzzles and Simon.
Tommy? Did you hear me, Tommy?
Tommy, can you hear me? But then the mama alien starts killing anyone in her path, leaving a Big Dipper formation on their forehead. So, this one is actually from Juan Piquer Simon, and this is the man that appeared on the 82 Project with Pieces. What's funny is that his original script was a straightforward horror story about an alien coming down to Earth and then killing a bunch of people in the woods. However, after the massive success of E.T., the producers wanted something more like that and had him go back in, and they added all the Tommy and Trumpy stuff. Piquer wasn't happy about the changes though, and didn't like the end result of the film because of them. Its release wasn't a big hit, and it would end up taking on a whole bunch of different names. It was originally called Extraterrestrial Visitors, but some US versions called it The Unearthling, and a later release was called Pod People, which was the version that they ran on Mystery Science Theater 3000 when they riffed over it. But then a UK company really went the distance with their release and just called it E.T. The Second Coming. And I'll give it a 2. I almost wish this movie was worse because the parts that are silly bad are fun, but for the most part it's just dull and not enough is happening. I love that goofy creature design though. Its HCS is just a 1.5 since it's not discussed much and only has Simone attached to it, but I'll give it the 0.5 for having some MST3K notoriety. Should you watch it? Not without shadows in the corner of the screen. Let's head over to Hong Kong now for a film that came out there on December 15th and take a look at Esprit d'Amour. It has a modern dance performance with a bunch of dancers in wild makeup and then introduces us to Chi Ming, and while driving in the rain, he almost runs over a young woman. There's a very Poltergeist-style bit with this guy trying to watch TV only to keep having his signal interrupted, and it's Chi Ming's family, and they're having a party. He's engaged to a woman named Ivy, and his father thinks that they're not right for each other, and the kids decide to have a seance. Meanwhile, across town, Su Yu accidentally falls off her roof to her death. Her spirit then starts to communicate with the group and leaves a mark that says that Chi Ming will be haunted. He's an insurance investigator and goes to work the next day, and Su Yu's ghost makes sure that he gets her case and goes to visit her apartment. She is a young goddaughter, and he starts to look into her life, much to the chagrin of Ivy, his fiancée, who is also otherwise pretty terrible. A number of odd occurrences happen around him, but it culminates in Su Yu actually manifesting in front of him, and she's angry at him for holding out on the insurance money and wants to make sure that he gets them to pay out and ensure the money goes to little Mimi, because you know, when insurance companies deny people the exact thing they pay for, there are consequences. Chi Ming is the only one that can see her though, and even though he goes to bat for her, his boss wants him to rule her death a suicide. So she messes with him, making him reveal scandalous things on live broadcast, which makes ghosts seem pretty powerful. Like, come on ghosts, do that in real life, please. But things get complicated when the two start up a romance, causing Ivy and Chi Ming's family to call in an exorcist to make things right, which leads to chaos and doors to death. Our director here is the great Ringo Lam, and this was his debut feature film, but he'd go on to be a big-name HK director, and he'd also become much more famous with his action entries, especially one called City on Fire, which is about a bunch of thieves that decide to do a jewelry heist, but one of them is actually an undercover detective. But the heist goes wrong when one of the crew just starts shooting people, and as they escape, the cop accidentally shoots an innocent person, and it's crazy because it all ends up with them back at the warehouse in a four-way standoff, and hey, doesn't that sound like a great movie? I hope no one just rips that off and gets famous off of blatantly plagiarizing it. Lam would also delve into the American directing market with the Van Damme Maximum Risk, but would mainly stick to Hong Kong cinema. This one did quite well over there, becoming a solid box office hit, and was even nominated for the Hong Kong version of the Oscars for Best Original Song. It would also earn a nice reputation and launch Lam's career, even if he didn't much return to the horror or supernatural world. And this is nice. I'll give it a 3, but it's a bit standard. It's easy to see that Lam has a good eye for story and visuals, but this script isn't giving us anything that we haven't seen. It's a fun bit of romance and comedy with decent ghost stuff, and it'll keep you entertained, but it likely won't stick with you. Its HCS is just a 1.5 since it's not very well known over here, but maybe more known overseas, although it gets a slight uptick for starting off the career of a well-known director. Should you watch it? It's not really essential, but it is a nice watch, and if you enjoy that mixture of HK comedy and horror with a dash of romance, and let's face it, light horror, it's worth it. This next one came out in both Canada and the US on December 16th, and I'm not sure if there's enough room on this video to talk about it, cause it's The Keep. It's set in 1941, and there's a group of Wehrmacht soldiers that roll into a small town in Romania, led by Das Boot, and their role is to guard the pass there. There's this big structure called The Keep, and Klaus goes in to check it out, only to find it inhabited by a man and his sons, who say that it's their job to stay and guard it. The local priest is Darnell, sporting a very different look here than he did just a couple of movies ago. That night, though, bad things start happening when they start to pull apart this silver cross on the wall and find a passageway behind it. Whatever's back there kills them, which signals Scott Glenn in Greece. The Nazis continue dying, so Dean Keaton takes control and they start shooting villagers for no reason, saying they'll kill 5 of them every time that someone dies in the keep. Glaken makes his way to the keep, eyes shining all the way, but the Nazis pull in some of the villagers, including Magneto, to help decipher the writings in the keep. Things take a turn when the professor's daughter is attacked by a couple creepers and are both killed exploding head style, and Eva is carried back to safety by a smoke monster. It then restores Theodore's youth in exchange for his assistance. The villain is this big skull and muscles thing called Molasar, and he says that he can't leave without a talisman being taken out of the keep and promises to destroy all of the Nazis if Theodore does it for him. But Glaken knows about his plan and wants to stop him, saying that if he's set free, Molasar will destroy the world. So, this movie has a lot going on. It's both written and directed by Michael Mann, director of Thief, and creator of Miami Vice, and later director of Heat and Manhunter. He adapted it from a book of the same name from F. Paul Wilson from 1981. Due to some weather issues, the shoot was particularly tough and led to numerous delays and then needed reshoots, but that was just the beginning of its troubles. As they entered post-production, the visual effects supervisor, Wally Vevers, died, and no one knew his plans for the finale, and they had to start from scratch with a large amount of the VFX. Originally, it was meant to end with Molasar and Glaken battling atop the keep with tons of effects around them, but when things went over budget and time, they had to settle for a far more simplistic ending. Also, the original cut was a full 3.5 hours long, which Paramount immediately said no to. They asked Mann to chop it down to 2 hours long, which he did, but then test audiences didn't like it and called it dull, so they cut more and pared it down to 96 minutes against Mann's wishes. They cut so much out, plot holes and errors were created, and the release had to be pushed back 6 months. All in all, it cost around $6 million to produce, but had an even rougher time upon release. The reviews were middling, with most praising the visual aspects of the movie, but not so much the story. Audiences agreed it had only racked up around $4 million in ticket sales, marking it as a flop. The book version's author, F. Paul Wilson, was the most disappointed about the film version and even wrote a short story in which a writer places a voodoo curse on a film director that botched his story, and later helped create a comic book adaptation of his book, calling it the version that could have and should have been. Another weird bit is this film only exists on VHS, Laserdisc, and standard definition DVD. Over the years, Paramount has discussed releasing it on higher quality platforms, but have had trouble getting the music rights, and then Mann objecting to the release, completely disowning the movie. Fans have lobbied for the release of the director's cut in the full 3-hour plus version, although to this date, it hasn't made it out. And I'll give this a 3. It's not that good, but I still kinda like it. It's just so pretty. It captures the whole 80s vibe, and it truly doesn't feel like anything else that was coming out at this time. Sure, it's pretty much nonsense in this shorter form, but I dig it anyway. Its significance is just a 2.5 though, since it is a little more known, if not actually seen, and has a notoriety to it, without ever being a well-known film. Should you watch it? I mean, even if it's just a chill to that Tangerine Dream score, yes. So close to the end of the year now, and this next one first ran in Brazil on Christmas Day, December 25th, and didn't get a US release until sometime in 1984, and it's called Eyes of Fire. It's set in the 1700s in a little colonial village, and a woman named Eloise is accused of having an affair with the town preacher. Eloise has a daughter named Fanny, and they're rounded up by the townsfolk. There's also another little girl named Meg, and her dad is Rob Paulson, and he doesn't have a recognizable face, but this is the voice of Pinky from Pinky and the Brain, Yakko from the Animaniacs, and seriously, like a million other cartoons from the Gummy Bears to TMNT. They try to hang Will, the preacher, but the rope breaks. And this is Dennis Lipscomb, who we just saw in the Sci-Fi Project in The Day After, and also War Games. They instead get run out of town, leaving on the river with a group that was also opposed to hanging Will, but they're not able to tell Fanny's dad because he's away hunting. One of them is Grandpa from Silent Night, Deadly Night, and this lady from 100 Things That You've Seen is here too. As they leave, they're attacked by natives, killing Calvin and injuring several others, but crazy Leah seems to protect them. But also, Marion, Eloise's husband, comes back from hunting to find out that his family was exiled and decides to follow them. He finds them and helps them when they're almost killed by scavengers, and they head deeper into the valley where the Shawnee are afraid to go. And for good reason, since it seems like something is out there with them, something that Leah seems to have some sort of connection to. And this little-known film is the work of Avery Crounse, who both wrote and directed, and it was his first film, although he would only make 3. After this, he did the silly Invisible Kid and the dramatic Sister Island, but most of his notoriety was around his photography work. This film has become notable in that it's Paulson's one and only major live-action role, as he shifted to voice work in this same year, becoming one of the top performers in the industry. That December 25th screening was 1 hour and 48 minutes and had the title Crying Blue Sky, but afterwards, Crounse felt like it ran too long. So he chopped out a full 22 minutes, and they changed the title to Eyes of Fire for its later release. Since then, the original cut has been restored, which is the version that I viewed for this entry. It's said to have cost around $2.5 million to make, and Wikipedia claims that the box office was $12 million, but I can't find anything to back that up, and that seems high for a film that's not that well known. And I dug this. I'll give it a 3.5. Like, sure, it's a slow burn that takes its time to get where it's going, but it's really cooking up a mood here. It has some good character work going on. Its HCS is just a 1.5 though, since it's not well known at all and didn't leave much of a mark, but has since gained some notoriety. Should you watch it? Definitely give These Eyes a look. Our year ends over in Hong Kong on December 29th for a film that wouldn't get a US release until much, much later, and it's Seeding of a Ghost. We have a man being chased by an angry mob, and he gets hit by a taxi, but then vanishes. Turns out that he knows black magic and is alive, and warns the driver that since he was part of breaking a spell, that he'll likely be cursed with bad luck. Turns out that he's not wrong, since his wife works at a casino and starts having an affair with one of her players, and one night while she's out with him, a gang attacks and kills her. Through their investigation, the cabbie finds out that his wife was having an affair with Anthony, but then it seems like the police aren't going to do anything to help get his wife's killers, and he goes to fight Anthony and gets his ass beat, injuring his leg. He breaks down and has to seek out the magic man to get revenge, and is told about the process of seeding a ghost, and puts him through a series of rituals involving his dead wife's corpse. Seems there's a price for using the magic though, as Cabbie's hand starts to decay. But then, here's where it all gets weird, since that revenge starts to kick in, and one of the attackers starts to vomit worms, while another starts eating brains, while Tony starts having hallucinations. Part of the spell seems to be making out with the rotting body, which makes Tony's wife get possessed, and take this giant matchstick and repeatedly ram him in the butt with it, which he takes to mean that she's under evil influences and not just Thursday at my house. Wait, what? The thugs seek out another magic user, and she has a swastika on her head, but she's no Nazi, since it was a Chinese religious icon at one point and is still used in some temples today. But, you know, maybe don't use it now. I don't know, just don't. It all leads up to a big magic battle and a heaping helping of wild effects. And this is by Quinn Young, and it's his first appearance here, although I could have put on his 1982 film Hell Has No Boundary on here, but it's more obscure, so I didn't include it. This is another that was released by the Shaw Brothers, legendary kung fu film producers, and by this point they were branching into a variety of genres, like horror. And this ended up getting a bunch of attention from the cult horror fans and was traded on the bootleg market for quite a while. And if you're watching it for the first time, for the first half, you're like, what's the big deal here? And then the second half happens and it just turns into a wild and crazy tentacle monster romp, and it's magic. And I'll give this a 3.5. Yes, it's slow to get going and doesn't much make sense, but that second half is just so much fun and over the top. Like, I think I love this era of Hong Kong horror. Its HCS is just a 1.5 though, since it's practically unknown over here and only gained some momentum on the fringes for a long time. Should you watch it? Yes. Plant this seed. So there you have it, the ending of 1983. And my favorite one of this block, of this particular block, was probably Christine. I think so. Yeah, I'm going to give it to that. But we're going to do what we've done for the past previous years, and we're going to look at the best of rosters from the year and check out the horror superlatives, which is a concept that was created by my friends Uncle Pete and Carlin Cook on their channels. And we're going to look yearbook style, the best of this year. For best FX and gore, I'm going to give this one to The Deadly Spawn, mainly because of that monster. That thing is great, and, you know, for such a low budget, it looks amazing. For the best so bad it's good, I'm going to give that one to Suffer Little Children, a movie I hadn't seen before and was so pleasantly surprising because it is so terrible and yet so unbearably charming. For most WTF, I have to give that one to The Boxer's Omen. This movie is so strange, and yes, every 5 minutes it's giving you something even more bizarre, to the point that you don't know what you're watching, but you just know that you love it. With the most unique, I have to give that one to Videodrome. There's no other movie quite like it. It's really its own thing, and is such a unique and fun vision. For the most overrated, I'm going to give this one to Cujo. Like, I like Cujo, it's fine, but Cujo's not that great of a movie, and I feel like it gets talked about quite a bit. And yeah, I just feel like it's overrated. I don't think it sucks or anything like that. I still think it's a good movie, but it is overrated. For the most underrated, I'm going to give that one to Of Unknown Origin. This movie is actually really cool, really fun, has great performances, fantastic action and tension, and no one really talks about it, like, ever. And it's really worth watching. Check this one out. It's awesome. And finally, as the most amazing movie of 1983, there really wasn't as clear of a winner here as usual, but I'm giving this one to Psycho 2. I love this. This movie's great. It's so much better than you would have expected. You know, when you're making a sequel to Psycho, I think there's a lot of potential to be terrible, but this was great. I'm not going to say it was as good as the original. There's no chance there. But it is awesome in its own right, and my favorite movie of this particular year. Let me know down below in the comments what you would rank this up. What's your most amazing movie of 1983? What's the most overrated? What's the most underrated? I want to hear that in the comments. Also, hit like on this video if you enjoyed it. Hit the subscribe button if you enjoy the channel and want to keep on watching the project. And also check out patreon.com/movietimelines and help support this channel and help support this project, because we're going to keep on chugging along, because we're done with 1983. It's done. And we're going to move on the very next episode to 1984, right here on the 80s Project.